Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is February 20th, 2026. A lovely Friday, but it's not too active. Actually, it was chilling right before the data. Now we're down about by 0.3. There was a lot of data that came out. There's more that's going to come out 30 minutes after the bell. There was a little bit more issues with the Blue Owl Capital. This time it's spread to some of the data centers and core weave, but generally it has been a pretty quiet Friday. You did not get any further developments out of the Iran stuff. People are still waiting for that. You do have a potential SCOTUS decision with the IEEPA tariff, so we'll see how that all plays out. But when it's all said and done, my friends, I think we might have to, you have to just navigate, bro. It's either going to chill or we're going to go 7 hours to nowhere, which is chilling. Or maybe we get some volatility. Again, a lot of people have their eyes out for momentum. The bonds are still showing a little bit of volatility. You have stuff overseas like Korea still going absolutely insane. So we're going to see where it all leads us, see if the staples lead, see what software leads. I think we could all agree, though. I mean, maybe one of the better parts today, besides the private credit or this week, is that we didn't get like another freak out of AI. You know that? Because even Google had that, they had that one thing that came out that was like the product thing yesterday, and that didn't even like trip people out. So we'll find out. Otherwise, you got a very big schedule next week with a lot of earnings and a lot of data too. Not as much as this week. So get ready for all of it, Chad. Get ready for a good day. And before we get ready for a good day, before we try to trade, enrich ourselves, spend our time with the market, my friends, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give you a huge special shout out. All the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, God bless every single one of you. I hope y'all even read Intelligent Investor, but I think y'all already learned some of the discipline. And I hope you apply it to the markets. I hope you can apply everything we're doing here to benefit you. And God bless every single one of you, man. And please don't ever forget, everybody, you got freedom, man, and you should use it. And it's a glorious, envious, amazing thing, bro. I hope y'all realize it, but God bless every single one of you, and big shout out to your families as well, and big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their community run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Excuse me. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Oh. Oh, it's game time, Chatadonia. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Good morning. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Good morning. Oh, it's a great day. It's going to be a great one. Chat, I don't know, bro. Do you want, you know, somebody requested, it might make you sleepy, bro. We could do the rain sound effect, but I got cold and tired after hearing it. But I'm telling you, man, do you want me to not be excited? Because if it's slow, man, I don't know. These last couple of days, Tuesday was the most exciting one, but even that was a little bit slower. So at the very least, it is a short week, so that is kind of what happens with all of it. But Chad, I hope you're ready for a day. I know, yeah, Multi got you a new thumbnail. I threw in another surprise there. YouTube wanted me to, so we'll see. I don't know where it even shows up actually, but it's kind of funny. It's related to the fire. We'll see how that one all plays out. But Chatadonia, let's have a great day. I do have a couple of plays. We got about 2 minutes till the bell. It's actually very simple. I'm going to be watching USO, TLT, EWY, IGV, the staples, and you could go for the components, and then Roblox. But other than that, we're going to just keep our eyes on any of the broader developments. Again, at 10 o'clock, you are going to get a little bit more data, consumer sentiment, but the way I've been describing it, man, you've been getting this data. There was a lot of data this week, but it just seems to be confusing people. One part is good, one part is bad. It's still delayed. Some of it is still responsible or being affected by the government shutdown. There's a big shift going on with government workers. That's pretty much my theory that I brought up the other time. even with the job revisions, but the jobs coming in hot, if you guys recall. So today, the GDP came down, and it was actually really below estimates. But now the thing about it is that people are saying, or the BLS said, that it had to do with like the wages from government workers. So I think we're going through some growing pains of shifting that economy of more public service or public sector to private sector. But either way, my friends, we're gonna find out. Oh, you see the fire? I don't see the fire blanket, bro. YouTube, bro, they want you to push the damn shopping thing. So I was like, well, wait a minute. They're like, oh, you get this, we will promote. I'm thinking they might not shadow ban me, but yeah, I saw the opportunity to give you a fire blanket. So we were talking about those yesterday. I thought that was, I don't see it though. How come I don't see the fire blanket? I'm kind of mad. Where do you get the fire blanket, dude? Yeah, bro, I don't see no fire blanket. I saw it. I said that they could put it up there. It was a good recommendation. I said, all right, it kind of makes sense. But either way, my friends, yeah, I put a fire blanket from Lowe's on there. The YouTube wants you to be what's it called? Yeah, you could pick them, but then they give you a recommendation after fucking stalking you yesterday. But they what's it called? They want us to 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. Yeah, they want us to be TikTok shop, bro. They want the Korea. All right. Oh yeah, Celsius up 7 off that. So again, watch out for the staples too if that actually goes. Nasdaq down by 0.6, kind of ugly. SPY 0.3, Dow 0.3, Russell 0.3 to start. So not too bad. Roblox. Well, Roblox got a lawsuit from LA. It's actually, they've got multiple lawsuits, but yeah, they had a bad one related to the PDF files. LA was saying that they give tools to PDFs. So again, it's not like this is the first time they've been accused of that. It's just, and like I'm saying, I think there was a couple more lawsuits, but they didn't really have an effect. So gonna keep it on watch. The only thing that sucks is Roblo has actually dropped a decent amount. Oh, I need to go check a premium price real quick. Please hold while we connect your call. I can't believe, again, even the premiums from yesterday damn held up. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, these are expensive. So let's see, where do these open up at? Where's my calculator? Those are gonna move $1 at a time. Yeah, I don't like, this is just like yesterday, like I was saying, some of those premiums, because again, depending on the move we get, depending on the momentum, I mean, we'll be able to see if momentum picks up. I would get ready to react for everybody, but if not, then yeah, it's not gonna play. That's what you're gonna have to watch out for. Yeah, Blue Owl, again, Blue Owl even related to Core Weave. That was the other question I had, of whether or not we're going to see this kind of spill over. And I don't know. I don't know the probability of that one. But essentially, you might get a, you know, that we thought it was just private credit, but today, now if it's starting to affect some of these offers to build and finance and do all of that, you know, it's either going to get bad or someone's going to be like, we'll step in and buy it. Yeah, gold had a nice move there right before the open. Gold was kind of doing nothing, then it took off. Yeah, the fire is kind of loud. It's keeping me warm though. SNDK again. Watch the Korea. They're up 5% on the week. So I mean, this time the ETF is matching up with the Kospi performance, which I think is interesting. All right, there you go. That just slashed the premiums. Habibi. Oh, that's on the daily, though. I was looking at the other ones with a little bit more time. But yeah, I don't like the premiums this morning. They started off pretty weak. Doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo-doo. India on the move up. Again, I think any of the emerging markets, I'm still looking at these options. We'll see. But yeah, that first, honestly, that first little move, I didn't think it would actually dislodge some of the premiums, but it did, which is good. For now, Roblo keeps coming down. Again, watch the defensives as well. I mean, Nasdaq's still down 0.10. Russell and Dow are the ones that are still holding pretty much their open. Amazonian. And then you got the NVIDIA news. Again, remember like a week or two ago, everybody had all that drama, and they were making all that drama about Jensen not investing. So he put $30 billion down instead of $100 billion, but some people are viewing it as the confirmation or not. Industrials are down 1.5. Uh-oh. So yeah, today you're going to need tech then to start off. If industrials are down, staples are down, you're going to kind of need, that means it's going to be probably dominant of tech. If not, that'll quickly start to look like a little bit of broader risk off instead of rotation. Well, Google's up by 2, man. Google's killing it. Yeah, Amazon, they had some AI difficulties, but they're still going up. Oh, Vivint, that's post-earnings, and then Autodesk. I think Autodesk was fat. Yeah, Autodesk actually about to go red to green. They were down a little bit more, but again, even though they're technically software, if you go look at their chart, they haven't gotten clapped the same way.
Information connected to...
Then I guess we're going to be asking the press to leave.
Wait.
That way we're going to...
You're going to ask the press to leave, bro?
And take...
Oh, that's a slower feed. Oh, what? They just ended it. Yeah, so he just said, what's up, bro? They just kicked everybody out. They made everybody show up to kick him out. But yeah, no more Trump. You didn't even get a headline off of it. LYB, NVIDIA, and Meta. So again, starting off right now, it does look like tech. NASDAQ is about to go green, like I'm telling you. Some of the other setups here with, what's it called? With like industrial, staples, rotation, they're not as strong right now. So tech kind of has to be the leader. Oil's climbing back up. They were down by 0.5%. Oh, Sprouts, that's post-earnings. That faded. I have not checked those contracts yet. They were free already. And then SanDisk going up. Where's Micron? Intel's down by 2. AMD's down by 0.7. So see, I mean, the memory stocks are going up, and then NVIDIA, the chips are still going to decide. But relatively, though, chips have been doing way better than your boy software. 5.3 earthquake in Japan. Net and Fastly. Fastly's up another 3. Oh, who was the other one? What was that one yesterday? Was it Jets? No, one of those, with that one space stock. That was gapping up in the morning, too. No, there was one of them. I forgot. Or Flies? F-Jet. See, I knew I had a jet in it. Oh, yeah, that one already sold off. Damn, that was up 12% pre-market. And then SAP's going up, too. I don't know if they had earnings or not. And then some China names. Apple now on the high. So, again, big tech does look like it's leading for now. Honestly, this isn't bad. You're up 0.3 to start in the first, like, what, 8 minutes, 6 minutes? So, like I'm telling you, just the move here, if this could keep going and you get, like, a quick move, you might get a melt-up Friday. Otherwise, if this doesn't, like, if this just hits a wall and we do the back and forth, bro, that's going to really set you up for that. FIG is still going. Again, their earnings, they were a little volatile the day of, but that one's actually still continuing up. Macron. Yeah, Micron, SanDisk. Again, Google, I believe, is the leader. I mean, NVIDIA's up by 0.2. SPY's on the high. Bonds are also catching a bid. Dollar's barely up, so that's decent. And again, oil's chilling up. You got a bigger candle on oil. Trump says he is considering limited strike on Iran. That's where your oil candle's coming from. So, yeah, I mean, just watch that Tuesday level pretty much. Because that's how it's been. I mean, it should be Monday, but we've been kind of on these Fridays. It's either a melt-up or you stay within the range of how you open the week. There's a little bit more there. Limited strike with 2 carrier groups and dozens of F-22s. He responds to reporter question. How you gonna kick us out? And then give us the oil headline. So again, oil just took a little drop and pop off of that. Meta. That's all big tech. Nasdaq's back to green. And then GE. I don't know if that fits with the industrial theme. Well, where's Bobo? Bobo, RTX. Is Roblo? Roblo's still on the low. You're down 5 now. That's actually a great open if you took them. Again, it's people have surprisingly they're very sanguine about all the accusations. But yeah, that one did continue. I mean, the near the money premiums went up. I mean, they're a little liquid on the options, but that was a nice one off the that was a nice one off the start. Zelensky says all sides agreed on next meeting within 10 days. Again, the bond's coming up now. Oil's already, that was only about a 1/4 point on oil, but, and it started off lower, but it is starting to come up. Biotech. Oh, XBI was down. I confused that with the industrials. XLI is still down, though. But yeah, not too big of a fan. Staples still kind of meandering, but they're red. Again, Palo Alto, a couple more like software type plays or cybersecurity. Again, like SAP, Autodesk. They are software exposed, but they're actually doing a little bit better. Not to mention, we didn't get anything. IGV's about to go up. Owl's still down 4.8. All right, well, now you got a new high on oil of the day. It's still red. Just see if it goes green. The SCOTUS decision is going to be at 10, but you're not confirmed to have a decision. So there's another meeting on Tuesday as well for these Supreme Court opinions. So we'll see at 10 a.m. pretty much. If it doesn't come out within a couple of minutes, they're probably going to delay the ruling again or not, excuse me, or not give you an answer. But otherwise, Tuesday, we're going to play that game. So I don't know. Ever since day one of all of this IEPA stuff, that's kind of where I've been leaning, that we're not going to hear anything. I think they're going to just keep kicking the can. I mean, it would be, if they really wanted volatility, this would be a perfect time, but like we talked about, maybe right ahead of the Japanese or right ahead of the Chinese meetings in March and April. And we're closer to those than not now. That might be a good time if you wanted to, throw a wrench in the gears there for Trump and everything, but we will find out. Roblo's still picking up, man. Let it burn. The premiums are higher. So, yeah, those are starting to move. Again, big spread. Some of you took the cheaper ones. I saw that one. But, yeah, that one's actually going down. Habibi, not bad. But, yeah, I don't know if it's because Roblox, but, like, people weren't talking about it as much. Like I'm saying, we went over that one early in the morning, but it wasn't, yeah, that came out at 4:41. Sued by Los Angeles County over alleged failure to protect children from PDF behavior, the county said on Thursday. Legal injunction, the civil penalties of $2,500 per day for each alleged violation. Roblox strongly disputes the claims. Where was the other one? There's technically, people were even talking about it last night, but there was another one, bro. There was literally 2 of them. And then, the day before, Silver Spring man sentenced to 50 years after targeting more than 100 girls. Ages 5 to 17 through online social media platforms, including Snapchat, Discord, Roblox, Skype, Omegle, and Instagram. Jeez. So, I don't know. I think there was an Iowa one. Yeah, and then you had an Iowa. Iowa just said stuff about it. Well, yeah. I mean, Roblox, I gave them more of a benefit of the doubt until they banned that one guy. Did you see that? There was one guy who recorded it. Someone just bought the shit out of the dip on that one, on some of the options. You had a bunch of calls go through. That's on the short term, though. But yeah, after they banned that one YouTuber, they got the YouTuber banned for, like, he literally showed it. And they were like, well, they acted like RuneScape back in the day, bro. It reminded me when I got banned on RuneScape. I was like, this is sad. Calls on millstones. Amen, bro. Amen. Calls on millstones. All right, man. SPY's back to green. NASDAQ's up 1/4 now. Healthcare kind of coming down. Interesting. Healthcare, biotechs, they're not doing as hot. Come on, Habibi. Le keda. Le keda. Again, it's Amazon, Google, Meta. Those are doing very good. Even Apple. Apple's actually in the red. Apple and Tesla. But they had a little bit better performance this week. Lay's comment was the Trump thing. That's what moved oil, but it's just chilling up there. Like I said, I mean, you're probably going to play the weekend game of everybody, you know, doing that. Doing all the what's going to happen with Iran, this and that. The risk is that, and some people are suspecting, Trump is saying 10 days, but he might go earlier. But at this point, you know, you're still going to have the tension. Grail down 50. Is that the one that got the, was it cancer drug? I think they didn't get a, what's it called? I think they got, they didn't meet endpoints. Raw, right? Yeah. I believe so. And then there was another biotech. People are getting hyped up on IBRX. It's weird because people, I don't know. This one's weird because this one's been ripping. We saw this one the other day, but essentially what happened is that balked on the high, and Amazon kind of ripping. Bach, just hold on. Let me, before I continue my biotech story. Manufacturing PMI, 51.2 versus 52.4. This one is not the ISM. So U.S. services, PMI is at 52.3 versus 53. So a little bit weaker, but again, you're still above. Actually, no, you're not above 52. So that, again, using the PMI, that one's not as hot. See if the bonds catch a bit off that, but then services is actually hot, even though it came in a little bit below. Like I said, bro, I think all of this shit is going to be, all of this is just going to confuse everybody. Because it's just going back and forth. At least this data is for February. So it's a little bit more, it's a little earlier. Palantir, Baba. No, this one's the PMI. I think we get ISM services, so the ISM, that's the one we'd want. Again, the ISM services is different than the ISM manufacturing in terms of its predictive power. But yeah, I don't think we get the ISM today, just the PMIs. And then you're going to get new home sales and then consumer sentiment. And then again, PCE already came in hot, GDP weaker. That's why I think it's confusing the bonds a little bit, because bonds want to react to the lower GDP. But then the higher PCE is kind of sketching people out, and now services, they're up. Again, some aspects are in contraction, or not, in expansion, but then the other ones are like right there, and it's still below estimates. So I think you're getting one push and pull all day with the data, not to mention even some of the delays. So, and like I said, I think my real theory with all of this is that I think a lot of the data, as well as just the overall economy, it's adjusting from public sector to private sector shift. I mean, I don't know if you guys remember, everybody was freaking out about the Elon and Doge and the firing, and like nothing really happened, but I think this is what's happening. I think you're starting to feel that effect without the fireworks and people getting fired and all of that shift. Again, I do think the BLS kind of confirms that a little bit. Century Aluminum, they had something the other day. But yeah, Bach had a 5% rip. I don't know what it is. And then IBRX, that biotech, if you're interested. Again, it's already up a lot, but pretty much the weird part is people are saying they, like, cured cancer, and they did not. It's a cancer treatment that's different than, like, radiation. So that's why it's excited. But people are saying it's not approved in the U.S., but it is. They got their approval, like, 2 years ago, and now it's just starting to get approved in Europe and a bunch of other places. And then they partnered with the Saudis today. Oh, they should have partnered with the Peach, because the Peach is here now. Peach Nation. Hey, yo, I'm gonna see if YouTube could get it. Yo, can we get a Peach? Hold on, YouTube. I want YouTube to add a Peach, bro. We got fire blankets. I need a Peach, dog. What's up, baby? Good morning. Do 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 do. Oh, my goodness. Bradley, happy Friday, baby. It's a good Friday. It's a consistent Friday. You know that? Very consistent. Oh, my. It still impresses me. God bless you, brother. Peach Nation. And Trump to travel to China from March 31st to April 2nd. So, yeah, like, again, Japan is going to be in a couple weeks, I believe. And there's been a lot of the Japanese deal. Netflix going up. WBD is a curse. Siva sold off after the Senks thing yesterday. That one didn't hit. Anarchist. I can't type. So again, I don't know, man. We got some good conversation. Seemed a little exciting here, but do you guys see it? Bostic employers are more cautious about hiring than the possibility of saving labor with AI tools. So yeah, you need to keep melting up. Otherwise, it's just going to be boring, dude. Hate to break it to you. Do. Oh, shit. That might be... YouTube won't play this site, others work. I've tried members only in the general. And it brings up the stop playback. Dude, I don't know. Unfortunately. YouTube has been doing that for a very long time. Remember, last week I had like 3 people complain about me. They asked if I streamed on a potato. But yeah, you can't even hear me then, huh? If it's not playing, you're just talking in the chat. Tell them to hit up YouTube. If it really doesn't work and every other page loads, I mean, but that's kind of been some of the bandwidth stuff we've been having difficulties with. It just hits people randomly. That sucks. You're on the locked in and they're still not letting you play it. Oh, maybe ad block? I don't know, but I haven't had issues. I guess, no, actually, I don't think I have ad block anymore. I have YouTube Premium. I used to be an ad block runner. It is wood burning, yes. Blue hair data coming in 10 minutes. Oh yeah, tell them to hit up YouTube, worst case. Because I've got this actually a lot this week, man. It started last week. A lot more people were either complaining about it or asking me what to do. But yeah, man, I wish YouTube, I don't know, but I added the fire blanket. I said, YouTube, you could add a fire blanket. But no, they still want to lag y'all out. Where is it? They doing rep. Oh, my internet went out the other day too, though. Last night. I don't know if it's because of the rain. Adobe on the high. Again, you got a lot of software earnings coming in next week. UPS and Teamsters are going through it. They're gonna do another strike. What's it called? Happened last night, man. The Volkswagen. Volkswagen joined the United Auto Workers in America for the first time. So that was, speaking of union actions. Teamsters had the resolution. Oh, they had the resolution already? The Jesus song? Yeah, go SoundCloud. It's called Swimwear. Uncle answers. It sounds like snow hitting a window. Dog, what kind of heavy-ass snow do you live in? This sound like snow? I don't want to go where you went, man. What do you mean this is snow? I had the rain sound effect earlier. That made me sleepy. Again, software, silver. Again, what were you guys saying? There was like an app rumor about them making like a platform for OpenAI. Do. APPN FJet now is starting that. Whatever is in that, I don't know if this is the traders or not. Again, yesterday that had the random rip. Like I said, that was up 12% in the morning. Was just down 5, and now it's back up 6. So you're swinging 10% either way. I mean, Adobe still just barely went green. Let's take a look at IGV. Like I'm saying, there's just, besides NVIDIA next week, there is a ton of the earnings that come out for software. Again, I think Intuit and a couple of others. Yeah, IGV is starting to climb up a little bit. NASDAQ still the only one in the green. SPY barely red. Dow and NASDAQ are still down. Home Depot. They had a job posting about creating a social media website. They're speculating it's with OpenAI. Yeah, is that what it was? I think they were up 8% earlier. Again, app is still, they are still one of the worst performers. Or Intuit, actually, took the lead the other day. The U.S. arrested 3 engineers. Yeah, that was in the morning. They said, from Silicon Valley people. Adobe GLW 52-week high. Damn, that was up 5. All right, where are the industrials? I feel like those are coming up. Yeah, they're still red, but they might catch a bid. Again, a couple of healthcare plays, but most healthcare bios not doing too hot. KKR's on the high. So again, that's the pretty much the sympathy there with Owl, or they've been moving in tandem with all the drama. Trump proposed rule that could pause work permits for asylum seekers for many years. Uber. Uber's actually doing good. So again, you're holding the VWAP here, like I'm saying, unfortunately. If you don't get the melter, you still got a little bit of time, but it has been about 25 minutes. Path. UiPath is going up. And then more Dabe. HD. Let me see the other ones. Oh, where's Roblo again? But I want to see the ones with earnings. So again, the big software earnings next week. It's going to be Workday, CRM, and Intuit. And then you'll have Dell for computers, and then HD is actually running there, ironically enough, on pre-earnings. So yeah, they're all going to be next week. So besides just Nvidia, you're going to get a couple more. Silver's still up. Where's oil? Yeah, silver's killing it. Even gold's up 1%. Yeah, oil's coming back down. So you had those Iran comments here early to start off, but not moving too hard. Now you are just killing some of the premium. Just like yesterday, though, some of the premiums on the indexes, they're like literally down 10%, if that, which is not as much comparatively. 12% from their open. RNG, another one. Where's TAP and DO? TAP's up a little bit. DO said they're gonna move around their whole executive team. Intuit's going up. So again, that's gonna be one of the bigger earnings next week. BB. It's February 26th. So next Thursday. Might be a choppy Friday. I mean, just keep your head out for anything. Head on a swivel. You never know. I mean, even like Tuesday, kind of surprised with all of that. But yeah, I would be, just be ready for it all, man. Be ready for it all. Yeah, bro. Intuit is expensive as shit. So good luck. Again, Intuit has moved a ton. Still, man, even since like the last couple weeks, it's funny that you're getting so much activity on the software stocks, but I feel like there's still been a lot of high spreads and a lot of high spreads and low liquidity on some of these plays. Just across the board. I think it's just going in straight into shares. How expensive? Very, very, very. I mean, you could get like a cheaper contract on there, but they're gonna be like a couple $100 out the money. Anything even within like a range, or if you wanted more liquidity, it's gonna cost you maybe like $800 a contract. Not cheap, Habibi. Not cheap. You put in the raw, it's not bad. You make a long term, you say fair price. I take it. Yeah, shares. That's what I'm saying. I think a lot of this IGV demand is shares. I don't think you're getting the same speculation that other people are doing. Yeah. No. Very not the option chain illiquid. That's expensive. Even the shares, though. I mean, I don't know. I don't even think I have enough to. I have to go on margin if I wanted to buy it on the small account. It's 380 a share. I'd only get my one share. Michigan consumer sentiment on the way. You even got more Bostic comments. So you're expecting 57.3. Where's the 1 year? So final oh, it's the final one too. So these aren't going to be necessarily new. The 5-year expectations 3.4, and then 1 year at 3.5 or 4. Hold up. Yeah, they look the same. The 5-year and the 1 year are the same. Iran preparing nuclear deal in the coming days. Is that why we're running? They're waking up a little bit. See if oil gets clobbed. But no, oil's not getting clobbed. Consumer sentiment 56.6, a little bit lower. 12-month inflation forecast at 3.4 and 5-year at 3.3. So yeah, the 5-year came in a little lower, and then so did the 1 year. They both came in lower. Like I'm telling you, this is all very confusing if you've been following along. I mean, AKA, I wouldn't really pay too much attention to it until we get really rolling with some of the other ISM stuff. Like I say, and get into like February, March, because now, even though you've had PCE go up, you now have consumer sentiment coming down. In terms of it, you had business confidence get clapped last month, and now the consumer sentiment's doing a little bit better here. And that trend is actually continuing. But again, you had this data. This is just the final report. Remember, you had the preliminary a couple of weeks ago. CoreWeave says data center is financed on schedule via Jim Cramer. Yeah, but came in pretty much in line. Slightly hotter on the sentiment. Consumer expectations came in line. And then inflation expectations came in slightly lower. All right. I don't know if is that Iran deal hitting. Why is it tweaking out, bro? What is this? So hold on. I don't know if my shit's glitching, but nah, something's tweaking right now. Hello? How are you? No. Something's happening. Trump global tariff struck down by Supreme Court. Oh my gosh, they struck it down! Not that. Oh, everything's glitching! Oh, they struck it down. Oh, no way, bro. Hurry up. Hurry up. Oh, they're not even filling me. Dude, everything is lagging. Yeah, there you go. They struck down the tariffs, bro. It's going to be bullish for a little bit. At the very least. That's going to be a play right there. Yeah, no, bro, that's real. That's crazy. It's right at 10 o'clock. No fucking way. So they did it. Like people were saying, that's going to end up being slightly bullish in its own little way. But yeah, bro, you got something there. All right, the premiums haven't moved too much yet, so be careful on that. We need an extra. They jacked that up. I paid for one. I thought I'd be at 50% by that. Okay, there you go. Or is it just tweaking out? Bro, my thing is moving so slow. Yeah, I'd either get a little time or you could go with the daily if you really wanted to, or find something to position with that. No fucking way. No fucking way. Yeah, so they shut it. Dude, I thought we weren't going to get shit. Yeah, check Alibaba as well, too. Do. Stock it. But then again, what's going to happen to our bonds? What are we going to do? Will we be able to afford this? How is this going to work? Yeah, I don't know. It's either Baba or SPY. Well, actually, dude, those dailies got clapped already. Depending on which ones. But yeah, no, those already dropped quick. No way they're about to Friday fuck us. No fucking way. Bro, they did it. Let me premium. Fight for it. I think you gotta wait to see what Trump says next, but no, I'm very shocked that this happened. Like I was saying, bro, treasury yields are rising, but you can see, no, I think you're gonna get some follow-up. It's either gonna add volatility. The first expectation is bullish, though, because now that means you're not gonna get everybody that was complaining about tariffs. I mean, what the fuck are you gonna, like, what's gonna happen? Like, does that make sense? Supreme Court rules 6-3 against Trump on tariffs. I think it's circulating right now. That was not on my bingo card for today. Not at all. Not at all, my friend. All right. Recommendation. Now traders see Fed waiting until July to cut rates. It's Jover. Well, I'm surprised it's already faded there. But at the end of the day, this is still kind of shocking. I think you need to digest this one. I'm actually great. I'm like shocked, bro. Do you have a true social? Yeah, you're coming down. Well, they watched me on the short term. The Babas are holding up, but they're coming down right now. It hasn't hit most outlets yet. You're early. We'll find out. I haven't, dude, Trump hasn't even said anything on this. So get ready for the true social, but at the same time, the first three, that should have algo pumped everything, though. Because like you're saying here, if all this is what they were saying yesterday. If you have if you don't have tariffs, it's gonna be what's all the worry you've been dealing with now? Yeah, they're talking about it now. No, it's hitting.
Act. President put forward IEEPA tariffs on 2 accounts. One was those fentanyl-related tariffs related to Canada, Mexico, and in part on China, and then the other were the more broad-based ones, where he cited.
But they're all coming down. Everything's fading. I don't know if this is a Friday effect. So dailies are washed, but then get the ones with time for any other of the individual plays.
The 2 questions that were in front.
At least you got something.
One was, does President Trump actually have the authority to invoke IEEPA to impose tariffs, because this has never been done.
No, I don't think
before.
any of this is priced in.
Typically a federal
it was
authority that is
expected
used to
move,
invoke
but
sanctions.
at the, like,
So the
I
question
think it was like
here is whether or not
70%,
he
but
circumvented
you just didn't think it was going to happen today. But I would doubt it was like fully priced in.
He actually invoked
Yeah, you're
IEEPA
dumping on this
correctly if
already.
he's able to, by declaring these national emergencies. Did those national emergencies related to fentanyl, related to these trade imbalances, reach a legal standard of what is known as an unusual and extraordinary threat?
Good morning. Well, you're gonna have something to react to here for the next couple of minutes, or at least the day and the weekend. But wait till Trump reacts. But first move is a dud, dude. I'm shocked. And then see if the bonds stabilize again. Baba, Nike, Lululemon. Who else? ONON. Just think, where's even shipping stocks? Yeah, UPS is still up. Trump spent, well, that's the other bad part about it, is what happens to the money. There you go. Now it's hitting on one of the other wires. Elf is going up. Again, Estee Lauder, all of these consumer plays. But yeah, they're going to start talking about what the changes are going to be. But at the same time, I'm shocked, though, because I thought the way they even lagged the platform, I was like, oh, man, everyone's rushing to this. But yeah, it's circulating a little bit, but the reaction is... I thought that was going to be one of your more bigger information surprisers, but first 5 minutes, bro, they just wiped the board. Again, the individual company plays are fire. Those have been fine. So again, if you took any individual company, you're good, but then the SPY ones, they killed them. Supreme Court doesn't address the eligibility of refunds. Well, there you go. That's why. So there's a little bit more to that. Because some of you are saying, why would they do this? This might be the more... no, because now if you don't have to refund it, and then now you can't issue these more aggressive tariffs. Again, do I agree with this? No, but why am I thinking bullish and how all of it is playing is simply because, yeah, you're reacting to the no refunds thing. Again, they just haven't addressed it yet. Remember, you have another opinion on Tuesday, but the whole idea is, what's it called? And like I'm saying, I don't agree with this, but now if you can't add tariffs, it takes away one of these headwinds. It's getting rid of this whole idea that, you know, think about it. Cry about inflation because of tariffs. This Supreme Court ruling that kind of gets rid of that. Oh, I don't know if you're going to get a refund check, how that affects Trump's plans. But for the most part, one of the other big issues, that little bounce right there, that was on the news that they haven't said whether or not government has to pay back the money that they've collected so far. So no tariff revenue and then no tariff headwinds is essentially the play at hand. Okay, the premiums are coming back up. Again, the Baba ones did fine. And then again, if you have a Lululemon, a Elf, a Nike, okay, now even JD. Oh, duh. Pinduoduo, dude. Dude. Pinduoduo, dude. You get it? Like Pinduoduo? Like Pinduo? Okay, sorry. I just thought. There you go. You're reacting a little bit more. Yeah, think about it. Pinduoduo, they're gonna... I like the China plays. That's the ones I like the best. A lot more volumes coming into some of the other China ones now, too. But yeah, they would benefit the most of it. And then again, you have all the other ones like the Elfs in the clothings, the Ralph Lauren, shit like that. They're all catching a bid. So Spy is lagging a little bit, but these individual names are starting to pump a little bit more. And like I'm saying, the pricing, they just washed that. They washed the first dailies. Everything else, though, is actually catching a bid. Those little fuckers. Tariffs being cut will be deflationary. And they'll do is, well, I mean, for now, you're still going to get tariffs. It's just going to play out a little differently. That's always what Donald Trump has said. It could add fuel to Korea, now that I think about it. It's a good call. Like I said, I think some of the more China ones are the easiest when it's all said and done. But at the same, or again, some of the clothing companies and shit like that. You know, remember the Vietnam shit? But we are expecting Donald Trump to come back with some sort of defense. And Besant, they're going to use the Section 101 and all the other different sections at their disposal. But this is going to dramatically slow down the process of tariffs. That's kind of the general idea. So now, again, if you were really worried about, you know, think about it. Liberation Day, tariffs brought you down a shit ton. You are essentially unwinding a decent amount of that now, or at least you just threw a gigantic roadblock in the way. And then that was the Supreme Court, too, so I don't, like, who the fuck are you going to appeal this to? So that's the other part. Do, 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 do. Amazing, brother. Yeah, those. All right, Nike's coming. So again, certain plays are coming up and down. You're actually pulling apart. Like Baba slowly moving, Pinduo's up, Nike coming down. Traders move Fed rate cut bets back to June. Ah, so you got rate cut odds moving on that. Interesting. Yeah, those dailies are going to be washed, unfortunately. That was it. I thought you were going to get, like, your little news pop, but the other individual ones are going to hit. They're already up, too. You can make some of them free, depending on where you got filled. If you're really worried about it. The Chinese, the ones on the China plays got bids, but they just killed that daily, dude. That was a little bit more. I thought they were going to give you, man, where's Reuters when you need them? I thought that was going to be a Reuters pump off fake news. A fake headline will get you a bigger reaction than this Supreme Court ruling. I mean, again, the other opinion date would have been Tuesday. So we are going to hear more on Tuesday, technically. They just said they have not addressed the refund issue. So today was the day. I just thought they were going to fucking punt. You know, I thought they were going to Sebastian Janikowski all the way up till, like, April, right before the China meeting. But no, they came. I can't. 6-3 vote, bro. Furniture companies are going up too. Oh, but they're chill. Some of them had bigger gas. There you go. Pinduoduo, you're able to catch. Well, that one's actually moving now. That was the only one that didn't like rip. But yeah, I do like Pinduoduo. It makes more sense. Temu. Shop like a billionaire. Oh, Walmart or even Costco. But they're not moving. Again, like Costco. Remember, Costco tried to sue the Trump admin a couple weeks ago about it. Am I streaming from outside? Yes, I'm in the jungle right now. But no, man, I'm inside next to the fire. Hence the fire blanket, just in case anything happens. They thought my house was on fire. You don't like it? It keeps me warm. I'm cold. It's still cold as shit, dude. You know who's colder than that? The fucking 9 Supreme Court justices. They ice cold. They ice cold. Actually, the market makers. All right. So low ticker is now flipping, bro. See, watch out if any of the China plays. They just got their red after advancing a little bit. Yeah, that's why I'm saying after the first daily, though, just if you really want to play this, you're going to need some time. But I would focus on foreign above all else. And then again, you have not heard from Trump yet. So I don't know. I don't think he knew this was going to come out like this. I'm telling you, for how even surprising this was, we're talking only like, what, a quarter-point move right now? So yeah, this is, I would put this on, you could argue that this was expected, like I'm saying, but there's a lot of people who said the Supreme Court, after the arguments, this was going to happen, but the timing of this, I think it just kind of came out of left field. Well, I think this just moved up rate cuts, ironically. So bonds just got clapped, but I think they just moved up rate cut odds by a month. Yeah, the VIX is climbing up here as we're starting to drop here a little. But even then, the VIX has been elevated on all this. You are at VWAP, technically. Curve steepen. Dude, you're just hitting VWAP. It's going to make a move eventually, but I think they needed to watch those dailies. Man, usually when the platform lags like that, that means you're going to hit, but not today. That's what I'm saying, bro. My whole platform was slowing down. But yeah, it did move up rate cut odds, which is kind of wild. Some premiums just jumped. All right, people are top ticking China premiums. All right, see if Trump says anything. Something's moving right now. It's doing it again. So, like, literally Baba and a couple of others, but something's happening. It's on the Asia names. Come on, Trumper. Yeah, well, they just jacked the premiums up again off a very small move. And now a couple more software, too. They're catching some bids. See how even soft. I haven't even looked at it. Hundreds of tariff refund lawsuits pending in trade court now. Oh, dude. I'm sure they're all filed. You're going to get people filing right now. Kavanaugh, Thomas, and Alito dissented. those are just up a lot. That's the only problem. I think that it's a risk though, the ones with value. But like I said, you know, I think I told you guys at good time. You know, the Pinduoduo, the China exposure, that just pound for pound, some of the better dollar exposure that you're gonna get, because they're both like kind of lagging, and then you could still profit off of any of this dollar shit and everything else going on. Not to mention just direct tariff effect. Oh, I don't know where's Bitcoin. No, Bitcoin got clapped off it. I know, but now what are all these Fed people gonna say? So that's why we need to hear what Trump ends up saying. But for the most part, like, what the fuck is like, you got to think about this. This isn't like, how do you start talking about the economy? This caused that, all of that shit. XRT could be actually retail. That'd be good for the index wise if you don't want to try to pick and choose. It sucks. Any of the good plays are already up, dude. A little bit. It's moving too fucking slow. That's why we were disappointed in the daily. But then everyone's kind of, you see how it's just standing up here and we're playing this little Friday move. But the ones that actually got a bid off of it, they're like GIS and Coca-Cola. Now some of these staples are going up, but they're up like 30 to 50%. And then anything that didn't move on the slow one, it just got fucking clobbered. And that was just if you took it daily. But if you got time on like China, Asian exposure, about 30 to 50% now. That's the problem. But it's moving really slow. You're not getting velocity that, you know, somewhat surprising news would kind of bring about. That's the only thing. You're lacking. You got everything but velocity, to be honest. I'm saying, like, Baba just finally turned green. But yeah, Baba even from the bottom of this though. That's what I'm saying. Some of these are, I like how they look from here. Yeah, bro, you got, hey man, I got it to you in a second, but that could have, see, if you were on the delay, it helped you out though, because if you got that within the second and you took the daily, you got washed on that. But the other ones fucking paid out fucking fire. But still, bro, that daily kind of, man, fuck you, market maker. Fuck you. Well, they're moving the individual names. So like I'm saying, SPY did nothing in that same time frame. You just caught $3 off Pinduoduo. And then same thing with Alibaba. You got $2.50 on there. So yeah, as long as you got a little bit of time, those move for you. Thought it was delayed. You, Mitch? No. That's why I said, I was like, something's happening, bro. My platform started slowing down, and then it was there. Yeah, wait for the True Social post. That's going to be your next development in this. But that's why I was like, dude, nah, that one, you felt it. It was feeling like some news, bro. And then come to find out, the damn fucking Supreme Court. So look, they just chopped everybody around here for this. Like I'm saying, the couple of the real winners are moving now. You've at least got 2 to 4% moves, like intraday with all of it. But my goodness. All right. So, yeah. Oh, you're right. Is Trump still at the governor meeting? That's another factor. I didn't even think about that. Trump may not even be able to respond right now. I did not even think about that. Because I'm like, where's this True Social, bro? This guy, he can't get off True Social on some of the bigger events. But, again, the market, you're at 0.4 right now. But it was good, bro. Well, yeah, man, I hope you guys did. Even with your delay on any of the streams. I mean, the locked in, you guys get to hear a little bit more. The daily fucked you immediately. But the other plays got a good hit. But even all of you guys listening, like I'm telling you, I was very clear with the Asia plays and Pinduo Duo and Baba. So you guys all had a jump, man. So I hope y'all do good with it and don't let the speculator mindset infect you. Just make sure you be careful. All right, you're going to wish you bought more. You're going to be like, should I sell it now? A lot of things come into it. What does pushing it mean? What do you think pushing it means? So you can make it free at 100%, get your money back from your initial investment, have no risk, but now you're going to need to make another 100% to make the what you just put in back, or you keep pushing it and then go for something more. So then that way your make free point could be at a later time, but you'll get a lot more. Yeah, that was 2 for 3 though. I'm telling you, that daily was fucked. I thought they were gonna hit a lot harder, but that didn't. I made more on the China ones, but I'm glad we went for them right away though. I didn't really hesitate on the follow-ups, but that was just disappointing. That was just sad. Like, they lagged the platform and everything. Supreme Court, man, everything. That's why I'm like, what? No way. So again, wait for Homeboy. You got out of it. You're lucky. I could have got. It was already down. It went up like it ticked up 30% for a second, and then that was it. Mattel, yeah, toy companies will go up too. Again, Mattel, Hasbro. But then again, what happens to the, what happens to the companies that are already like moving production and shit? Again, the Baba premiums are launching. So those, like I'm saying, even with these small ass moves on Baba, the premiums are moving more than the damn stock right now. The news is hitting. Oh shit. EU spokesperson. We remain in close contact with U.S. Administration as we seek clarity on the steps they intend to take in response to the ruling. We take note of the ruling and are analyzing it carefully. We continue to advocate for low tariffs and work towards reducing them. Yeah, you just got EU. You're getting a couple more. I can't believe this shit, dude. Yeah, now it's hitting again. They keep circulating it, but we need to hear what Trump says. Warren urges refunds for America after Supreme Court ruling. What the fuck? Elizabeth! Maybe she really is Indian, now that I think about it. She is a Native American. Now, she's like, give all the money back. Destroy the bond market. You living on stolen bonds. Okay, how about we just, no tariffs, let's keep the money. How about that? Can we find a middle ground? The market liked the whole keep the money thing. That's less disastrous for the bond market. I would argue, being as Wall Street as possible, I'd say best case scenario, you get the Supreme Court striking down the tariffs like they just did, and then you don't give the money back. That would have the less amount of headwinds. But then if you have to give the money back, now we got to start talking about bonds and all of that shit just starts to get really fucking messy. Now, no fucking way. The Supreme Court, dude. Well, I mean, it all comes full circle. You guys remember when we first listened? And we were listening to it, and that's where some of the odds started changing. And people started feeling a certain way. That's amazing. Well, man, Friday. I thought I think they're, like what I was just saying, I was like, don't get lulled to sleep too much. But if you were too awake, you got killed by the daily. But like I'm saying, the China names, the follow-ups there, that was good. That was good for everybody, every single one of you guys listening. You definitely had a 10-minute jump on the whole entire world. So God bless you, man. But yeah, we still need to find the follow-up. Pinduoduo, that just sold off 2.5. Or about 1.5. Yeah, China, again, you could make sure the China Play pays you already too. So especially if you want to recoup one of the dailies, it's up to you. I think Pinduoduo is the best winner, and then Baba is just the best like positioning. Like look at the if you got time on the Baba, just look at the damn chart. So mix that in with the meeting and everything else. I like it a lot more. Not to mention emerging markets are going buku. Another historic day. That was crazy. I think the news is crazy. The info, how it's released. The Trump says SCOTUS ruling a disgrace. Says he has backup plan for tariffs after ruling. So that's expected, but come on, we need a little more, Donnie. That's weird. Why is CNN getting the scoop on that? CNN's the first one reporting on that. Ironically enough, I don't know if that's new or not. But yeah, he says he has. That's what you should have known. That's what we've always known. Like I say in the section 101s and all the different sections there, they've talked about this. But I think he'd be a little bit more like descriptive. That was the autofill to start the message, right? Where's the full message, bro? Inside government. Breakfast, Trump said, yeah, so they're still at the governor's meeting, bro. That's a trip. So if you guys think about it, this whole, it's been 30 minutes now? And again, Donald Trump is, he's in that governor's meeting. So I don't know. I feel like the CNN reporter, I mean, take it with a grain of salt, but we need more to that. We've already known that. That's what I'm saying. Why is Whirlpool dumping? They should be benefiting off of this no tariffs. But watch the bonds. Again, the refund thing is now the X factor. Actually, you got two. Whatever Donald says, and then whatever happens with the ruling on the refund itself. Man, if Reuters reported on this, my dailies would have hit. That's okay. All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Will they have to drop prices? Well, it sounds like everybody raised prices. I don't think sadly, I think this is all perceptional. As sad as that sounds, like I'm saying, have any of you paid a noticeable difference in stuff where you're like, again, that first week of tariffs, they tried to charge you more for extra tariffs, but that hasn't really lasted. You didn't go to Costco, you weren't going to Walmart and being like, wow, there's my tariff fee. But I think it removes the perception that there's like a headwind to trade and policy. So that's what I'm saying. The money is probably the bigger part of it. And then if anything, I mean, producers might sell more. It may change some of where the demand goes to, or it could help influence that. But I don't think, I think a lot of this is just perceptional, sadly. Bostic's Supreme Court ruling will raise questions about new supply and pricing standards or start to shift back. Hard to know fallout from Supreme Court ruling. Hinges on issues like need for rate rebates and how firms react. Well, yeah, that's the other part. Think about it. That's what I was saying earlier. For the last year, you've had companies shift. So what about the companies now that spent $50 billion to move their plants here? And then the people doing 3, 4, 5-year plans to move here. Do they stop? Do they continue? So it's like you have all these other questions that are going to swirl. It got pretty messy. Dude, this is the Supreme Court. So you're not even, like, there's no really appeal on this. Unfortunately, this was the appeal. The furniture plays did go up. Wayfair was already up to start. Restoration took a 5% pop. Like I said it from the get-go. I think China, Asia, easy one. and they definitely were. But the market's tweaking right now. So again, you're still holding. You're at the VWAP, but there's back and forth, and again, you have a couple of questions still floating around. Not muted, bro. If YouTube lags you, you're gonna have to email them, bro. They've been bandwidth lagging a lot of people here today, in just the last week. So I'm sorry it's happening. It's very messy, Habibi. Very, very messy. Funko. Again, watch any like goods products, importers or exporters or no importers are going to be the ones between now and Trump. Yeah, right. Are they going to front load? Well, it doesn't. Yeah, maybe actually. Because now, well, he's going to be able to do the plan. It's just going to be slower. So if you really like the headwind that goes away is like this just neutered Trump from being able to go to a meeting and say, from now on, 100% tariffs right away. He can't do that anymore, essentially. So now he has to go through a much slower vehicle. He could still get the tariffs, but they can't be as high and they can't come as fast. So that could affect the front running, but I'm sure people will. But now he doesn't have the same ability to operate in that sense. Trump definitely gonna bomb Iran now. Yeah, bro, I don't know, bro. Why are you gonna... It's a bad time to suffer a tariff. Well, I can't tariff them, but I can F-35 them. Oh, no. You've been trying to load? Yeah, bro, hit up YouTube. Because I don't... Or take off ad block. I don't know if that's the case, too. I don't know if that worked for other homie. But he's on locked in, bro. He's damn paying YouTube and me. Thank you. And he's not even damn getting it. It's kind of crazy. China! China powers. Thank you. I like China. China. Well, I have to like them now. I can't tariff them. Thank you, my friend. Will I be making the video this weekend about tariff news? Probably not. I have another video, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it out this weekend. Oh, I have bad news, you guys. I can't stay today for Friday. After the bell, I can't hang out. I got to go. I got to take my girl somewhere. So I might not be in the game. So that's why I have a video for you, but it's not fully done. Multi could edit it, but then it's going to, like, I need to still touch it up. Fed policy 20 to 50 points above neutral. That's what Bostic says. So, but yeah. So we'll see. I'm going to try to get you a video this weekend, but I have a very important one. I have a video that I think will make a lot of you guaranteed money if you apply it right. I think you will enjoy it. But yeah, it'll be on the trading fraternity. You gotta be ready for it. And yeah, I don't know if YouTube's lagging you today, man. I don't fucking know, bro. I've had a lot of these. It's spinning, but take off ad block. I don't know if that's it, bro. That might be it, but at the same time, I think it's deeper than rap. Big volume on China. I don't know if that one's real. Google's starting to rip now too. So it seems like the other stuff is gone. Now, boss, dude, I feel like these Fed people are about to get so bullish. Now they have an excuse to fucking just start saying shit. Now Bostic's like, oh yeah, we're well above neutral. We need more. But I don't know if that's what you're reacting to or something, but a couple of other names tied to this trade things are moving. All right, man. I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. God bless America. And yeah, good luck, Chad. Are they talking about this?
One thing that did surprise me a bit, June, about the opinion was how definitive it was with respect to the statutory interpretation question. The lower courts had been maybe a bit more measured. They had said that the use of the IEPA authority had exceeded what IEPA was intended to permit. And the Supreme Court, it looks to me, went one step further and said that the language of the statute doesn't permit tariffs, full stop.
So, David, does it What's the 6-3 vote mean to you, if anything? Is a win a win, or is a 9-0 better than a 6-3? How should the market think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think a win is a win, right? You only need 5 to uphold the lower court and find the tariffs were unlawful. But I do think the 6-3 vote provides even a sharper defeat here for the administration's arguments. I mean, you had the justices splitting as to some of the legal reasoning, but on the whole, 6 justices said that IEPA isn't intended and didn't permit the tariffs here.
Is it clear that the Supreme Court says this is, as they did in the oral arguments, this is Congress's role. This is not the role of the executive branch.
Yeah, I think that, June, is the constitutional dimension of this case. It's not the primary holding of the case. It's not necessarily a strictly constitutional interpretive question, but they're looking at the Constitution granting the tax powers to Congress and saying, we have a statute that doesn't clearly authorize you to impose tariffs. And given that constitutional background, we find that the statute doesn't authorize revenue-raising tariffs.
So where does the dissent find, and I know Justice Kavanaugh during the oral arguments talked a lot about what President Nixon did on the predecessor statute to IEPA. Where do they find the authority of the president to issue these tariffs?
Yeah, so the predecessor to IEPA was the Trading with the Enemies Act, TWIA, and the court had previously said that the language in TWIA, that is to regulate importation,
All right.
limit.
Thank you. I got good news, bad news. Actually, I don't think I have good news. This is all open to interpretation. So are you guys ready for this? For the refunds? It might take a year. So if they're not addressing if the Supreme Court is not addressing the refunds, they're going to send it back to the lower court. And then that could take about a year for them to determine it. They most likely will say that you have to return the money. But then I do think there is a potential for Trump to appeal this. I think you can appeal the Supreme Court still. So, but then that's going to be for 26, 27. So now you're going to have to deal with this shit for another year in a weird way. This is just one part of the story, as fucked up as that sounds. Because it seems like we've been waiting for this for a while, but, it took us like 6 months to get here. But, yeah, no, you got like half of this story. But, no, now we're going to go forward. He lost a little bit of leverage, 100%. I think Trump definitely, like I said, I think he got neutered in one of his favorite tools, but not like the implementation of it. So being able to just walk around, go anywhere and say, boom, tariff. Think about Greenland. What happened with Greenland a couple weeks ago? We're going to put a tariff on the UK. We're going to do this. We're going to switch this around. Now we're going to do all this instantly. He can't do that anymore. Again, now for the next year, he's going to have another method, but like I said earlier, it's going to be capped. Meaning he could still do tariffs on people through other methods. He just cannot use IEPA. You cannot use the Enemies Trading Act or whatever. So now he could go and still do tariffs, but he's going to have to do it through Congress. He's going to have to do it through other methods, and it's just limited in the amount and the speed that he could do it. Well, no, I don't. Well, the refund, it's not necessary. I don't think the refund is going to be automatic, but it does go down to the lower court where this all came from. And if they already were the ones that got this to the Supreme Court, and they're most likely going to do it. That's what I'm saying. It's most likely. I wouldn't say automatic. I don't think that's fair to say. But definitely higher probability, way higher probability than not. But then there's also going to be an appeal now, and then this starts to push this shit into 26, 27. So here we are, my friends. I'm still shocked by this spy. I like the other plays moving, but damn it. Why? That was insane. He can place tariffs on anybody, but he has to now do it through a certain method. Again, with congressional approval. I'm sure he could place way smaller ones without congressional approval, but even then, I do think this action kind of neuters it. This does not set up the BBB to failure, no, but I mean, this is going to make things messy. Like we're even talking about the front running now. You don't know if people are going to front run, how these companies are going to treat it. Again, the manufacturing. Like I said, you've already, in the last year, how many announcements have you guys heard of just from companies that are moving their facilities over here? So now are they going to stop it? Are they going to cut it? What if you already started? So that's why I think they wanted to move fast, because now if you've already began the process, it's going to be a lot harder to unwind for the companies at least. But yeah, this is still this is still going to be a little bit more messy when it's all said and done. RGNX wins appeal against Sarepta. They're up 2.5. Man, kind of funny if you think about it. But yeah, it just sucks because this is, yeah, we're gonna still deal with this. So I'd expect at least another 6 months to 18 months to hear about the appeals, or excuse me, to hear about the appeals and the refunds. Even though it, just like how this played out, because like I say, in the way this came out, how it played out, that was surprising that we actually got a decision this fast. But most people were expecting that this was going to get struck down. But now there's certain details. So you're going to have to play this game now for a while. And then, I mean, we are still quiet in terms of what the hell Trump has said. That's the craziest part about all this. You still don't even know what Trump has, if he's outlining the plan he's going to do. So yeah, we're going to find out. Up to 50% for discrimination, though more limited than IEPA. He could seek congressional approval. Yeah, that sounds about right. There's many ways. There's like 7 other ways. I have it in another video when we talked about it. This was when they first were bringing it to the Supreme Court, and Bessent had a speech where he talked about all of the different sections they could use. But yeah, at one element, it does, he could go and tariff somebody 100%. But he will need congressional approval now. That's pretty much what the Supreme Court is saying. If you don't want to use IEPA, any of these other actions, sections, and workarounds to just give him the sole discretion to execute it and execute it right away, then yeah, this is gonna now you need Congress to get behind the president. Which again is very fascinating considering it's a midterm year. So now imagine the stakes for the midterm, especially with how much emphasis Trump has put on all this. That just got a little bit more high stakes. I think it's 101 or 103, section 101 or section 103 is his backup. But then again, I think he's limited to like 15%. So even the discrimination one, I think is still I still think that could be challenged, and I don't know about the speed, but I know one, I think like by default he could do one at like 15%. It's just, or capped at 15 or 18. There's one that's a lot smaller. But then again, I mean, this is why I'm looking at China, because think about it. China is sitting at like 100% right now or something crazy. So it's just like, you can't do that anymore. Or he's not, even if he wants to add pressure, even at the meeting, he's not going to be able to do that the same way. $232, $301. And then 122. Yeah, 122. That's the one. Temporary 15%. Not 102. I was one number off. And then section 338. These are all the ones that Bessent described, I'm pretty sure. I think you're correct on that. It is interesting to see, like, a real test of the executive branch and what he's tried to do, and now the response by the Supreme Court, which this will shape a lot of things for the future, might I add. But it's also, I think the shitty part about this is that this all came from bullshit lower courts. So in a weird way, your random judges, remember, they already blocked that too. Those judges can't do that anymore. You guys know that? They already put in something where these judges can't stop these executive orders and actions anymore. That's why you haven't heard about it in a while. But to think that at some degree, these judges you did not elect, and as most of you don't know, they have changed things on a global scale just by getting to this point. But then again, that's what the Supreme Court's for, to interpret the law of the land. But at the same time, you are, like I'm saying, you are going to get that that appeal now, but that just, it's going to be a lot longer of a process. Yeah, gold, silver is ripping more. SPY's starting to break out a little bit. I mean, you got 10% back over your premium fucking dailies, dude. Yeah, but the China ones are still ripperoonieing, so we'll take that. It's still early, man. I mean, think of it. There's people, it's 750 right now, bro. You're not even at Euro close, so, and then we still haven't had a full-ass decision. Germany, we fear a 15% tariff on EU imports will be reintroduced in the near future. Okay. So see, some countries are already expecting. They might not pivot right away. But yeah, you got to hear from the EU minister. Now you're hearing from Germany. Swiss industry group, refund would therefore be obtained through importer. So is that going to hit the companies? But yeah, you got a couple people talking about it. So Swiss industry group urges Swiss government to conclude deal on trade agreed in late 25 as to have secure legal footing. They welcome the U.S. Supreme Court decision. That's funny. So now these countries they want to accept the deals so that they could be protected under the law. That's pretty funny. I wonder, maybe you'll hear news. Maybe Trump will pull some of the deals. But I mean, again, some of them, it's odd now because you could pull a deal and not be exposed to it in the future. Or you could get a deal now and hopefully they act a certain way. But my goodness. UK BRC Supreme Court decision adds to uncertainty. This is this backfiring already? Because again, people thought this was going to get rid of a big overhang. Now Nvidia's running. Oh, I mean, yeah. Wait a minute. I'll check AMD now too. Because isn't AMD sitting on a bunch of those chips they can't sell in China, or they're waiting for import? I don't know if that applies though to this. I don't think it's because of tariffs. But yeah, TSM, Nvidia, AMD are running. A lot of tech is still going up too. And then Polyalti. I don't know why Whirlpool doesn't make any sense. So unless Whirlpool might be the signal that the importers and the exporters might be bearing the cost. But other than that, you know, as a company that said tariffs have been hurting them, it's very odd that they took a 5% dump. But again, like some of these people are saying in Europe, the cost might go to the importer or exporter, which could be the issue. My goodness, brother. What a day. Well, hey, bro, the price action is still a little whack. I mean, it was good for the China. But yeah, it's hitting again. Supreme Court rules Trump IEFA 6-3 admin possible shift to section 232 or 301. So yeah, now tech is going up. Again, Nvidia, Google, TSM. I think a lot of the chips are actually catching a bigger bid than not. You doubt they'll decrease prices? They might. Well, again, it's the refund issue is gonna be the weird part. The crackling and making you hot. It's just the tariffs. Don't worry. But no, I'm cold, bro. It's cold outside here in California. Dude, I can't believe it, bro. This is such a shit show. Oh, my goodness. German Chamber of Commerce on SCOTUS. U.S. has other instruments. The people are responding much more measured right now. Again, I think the Swiss are the opportunistic ones. They say, take the deal now, so we have legal recourse in future. Yeah, SPY. I mean, bonds are rightfully so down. That just added to bond volatility, even though it's going the other way than the last couple weeks. That was a fat move on there, but yeah, I mean, that refund decision, that might even keep bonds pinned here for a decent amount, but there's a lot of swirling questions. It's good that people aren't reacting like too crazy, at least the countries and companies. Again, Google's starting to rip 4% now. So that's lifting you up. Again, NVIDIA took a candle as well. I mean, remember, NVIDIA has earnings next week. Let's see. China! Again, China? What's up and welcome, Utes. Is it Utes? Like utilities, dude? Utes, dude? The Ute, dude? Yeah, I mean, again, I think some of it has to do even with this is a big expiration. But also, too, this is all filled with uncertainty. That first move, though, is just like I'm saying, it's not too off. That first candle was very crazy. Trump to travel to China, they're hitting that over again. We still have not heard from Trump. So again, he's gonna come out swinging in some way, or maybe he'll conceal the next step. But at the same time, I still believe he is at that White House governor's breakfast or whatever. But SPY is starting to go. Yeah, tech is the one leading it. Again, the China plays are all just holding. So China's still up there. I haven't looked at the Nikes and Lulus. Those came down a little bit, but watch if those start to... That could just be attached more with the SPY. Again, ELF and some of the other ones like EL, they have a decent exposure. You know, they're more China-based, but at the same time, I think Google, Meta, NVIDIA, AMD, TSM, that's kind of what's lifting you up here. Now Coinbase is... Again, there's Meta with some candles. Like I'm saying, these are actually pretty. 2% on Meta, 4% on Google, NVIDIA up 1 and change. So yeah, that's what's giving you the lift. NASDAQ is up 1%. Russell's up only 0.9. I don't know, though. I feel like this is going to affect the small caps a little differently. Yeah, Google's killing it, dude. Remember, Google did have their shit yesterday. They released the part of this last couple days, that new Gemini thing. And some of the product stuff. No, the VIX, you would think it's going up, but remember, we were just kind of in the box, so you had volatility on the way down. But you're just as high as you were on Wednesday. That's what I'm saying. You're having these breaking news, Supreme Court, all these different questions now, but you're not moving past here. So we still got the software stuff to deal with. But again, the Big 7, the Mag 7, they're doing a lot better. See, you would think Boeing too, because I feel like they benefited off the tariffs. People trying to buy the plane. But yeah, you're hitting the high of that first candle here. Like I'm saying, this high, ironically enough, is your high of the week from earlier that you sold off from the other day. Now Netflix, baby candle on Pinduo. I mean, Baba went green. They were red when we first started seeing it. Yeah, again, like I'm saying, the Nikes, the ELs, like, take a look at all those. They're not EL, ELF. Again, Meta, Tech, bro, high ticker's like 75% of the way. You don't really have anything down. Bonds are just going to do their thing, but Russell is the one lagging behind now. Where's equal weight? Equal weight's actually still lagging by the SPY by half, so that goes to show the tech effect. I think everybody is waiting on the True Social. You have an idea, so like I'm saying, it's not like, you know, they're already reporting it. We have ideas of what he's gonna say, and yeah, it's a first step. Yibbity bobbity boo. We have other measures, but I wonder if there's gonna be more. Because remember the one time he said it, he was like, "We're screwed if it doesn't go through." Again, Meta. BR. Oh, I got another one for you. Recommendation. Good luck. Again, Meta's selling tariffs now. Is Meta getting tariff? But yeah, it's all the big tech right now. Sounds like I'm riding a horse in a carriage. That sounded insane, but now that I hear it, I kind of think so. Where's I'm surprised Apple too, though. They could have made a bigger one. We're beginning this year with tariff. Kind of. I mean, that's kind of how we... And last year, too, we did the same thing. You stayed in that block. You got trapped up a little bit there, and then we started... it was by, like, March, April. That's where you, like, got more updates, so... That might be the case. That's the thing that's going to suck, is that if Trump comes out slow today, which he might, and, you know, you may get to hear the basic thing, and then it operates a little slower, that might be the... this might push into March. Like I was saying earlier, this was the first time now I was wrong on this one today, because, like, remember the last like 3 or 4 times I was like, nothing's gonna happen, and I was saying I thought they were gonna wait closer to the China meeting, and then the Supreme Court could have threw the gear in the wrench. That's what I was talking about earlier. But yeah, the fact that they did it now, I do think it changes it a little bit. But yeah, like, so it's just early. Because now, again, we have a big Japan meeting in a couple of weeks, and then just right before this came out, they were announcing the Trump to go to see China. So now with a different amount of leverage, a different amount of actions, I do think that could make things better or worse. Or, again, exposes you to uncertainty, volatility, all that good stuff. Laughs in Liberation Day. All right, it's all tech right now. You are broadening out. Couple software plays, couple of industrial plays. Again, the GLWs, the Boeing, some of those are going up now. And then remember, even next week, you do get a different amount of the earnings coming out. Like a chicken and the fry. I like the other one. I like the horse carriage. German BGA calls for NATO-like trade alliance to strengthen multilateral standards. Exxon plans to start synthetic graphite commercial facility in 2029. I don't know if that ties into the materials. Yeah, bro. Google. Maged, welcome, my friend. Good morning, you guys. It's still early. We are not even at Euro close. That woke you up, though, right? It's still, again, the price action is hilarious. How much slower it is, but my goodness, that woke you up. I'm assuming that woke you up. But yeah, we still have a lot in store now. Maybe give you a little. Now you thought, it's funny, man. The biggest news was the Iran stuff. We heard a little bit of an update on that, and now here we are. This has nothing to do with Iran now. Yeah, Bitcoin is trying to go. Again, gold and silver already ripped. Again, the dollar declined on all that, ironically enough. Remember, with tariffs, you took a big dollar decline. But yeah, this is an interesting one. Again, all big things are catching up with it. Again, equal weight is lagging. The Russell's lagging. The Dow is lagging. There's just a lot of tech that's driving you up right now. Most of this momentum is tech. There's a couple of names that were already up, and like they're now Nike gave up, but like some like Restoration, EL, anywhere from like 2 to 3%. So those are holding up, but like the real drivers right now, last like 20, 30 minutes, it has been your mega caps. Even Intel trying to climb now. Again, AMD, NVIDIA, really Meta and Google, even Microsoft, but Google is the real behemoth here. I mean, shit, even Amazon's up almost 3. Very early, Habibi, very, very early. Graphite linked to batteries? It's it's one of those critical minerals that we just don't have a lot of. Remember we played one of those graphite companies last year? What I think will happen with China? How so? I mean, I think they just it's going to be easier for them to get a better deal. Just now, again, remember, the biggest tariff in place right now is on China. Like, even without any war, conflict, it's just simply, they're the ones that have the highest effective rate right now. So, if that has to go back, or if he has to refund it, either Trump is going to make a deal where China says we keep the money, but it has to be linked to a better deal, or Trump might just get pissed off with them if they try to push too hard. So I do think it's kind of a wild card, but there's more instances than not where China will probably benefit, because right now it's not like they're in the best spot. So it's easier to benefit than not, but you never know. If give them an inch, they ask for a mile. If they try to get too crazy with it, it could backfire. But then, too, it all really depends on the scope of what Trump can even do now. And we have an idea, so it's not... But then again, from like a 100 to 87% effective tax rate or a tariff rate, you know, you're lowering that to max 15, or Congress has to approve hostility to get it to like 50. It's still... they're looking at a gain in many different ways. I don't know if Trump's going to take out his anger on Iran. Although it's funny to think about, and we're like, yeah, because I mean, I'm sure he's pissed to a certain degree. The problem is that, like we were saying earlier, this just raised the stakes of the midterms. Because now think about it. Now the midterms, if you need congressional approvals to use your favorite word, that means homeboy now... They really need a good win in the midterms just for a chance at continuing this sort of policy. So I don't know if getting into a squabble will be the best for that. And here we are. Think about real estate like the long term. If you could get positive cash flow, you shouldn't sell it and hold it. Yeah, I mean, it all depends on what type of property and the taxes, and you got to think maintenance. But at the same time, I mean, I'm a big proponent of holding property and holding it for a while. That's kind of been my thing. NCI. Mexico is going up too. Again, we just have a fat trade deficit with them as well too. Again, you're still holding near the high. This is just all tech, a little bit of broadening out. Let's actually take a look at the breakdown. Meet me at the breakdown. Dow Jones, 18 green, 12 in the red. NASDAQ 75 green, 25 in the red. And then S&P 295 green, 207-ish, 205 in the red. If Congress greenlights a war with Iran, that means he could enact Trading with the Enemy Act. I mean, yes, but just with Iran. So I don't think it's gonna let him. I mean, you might try to link it to China, but yeah, it's just gonna be a lot harder. I'm sure they're gonna find a way. You know, pretty much. Let me put it this way. I don't think Trump's gonna figure it out. I think Scott Bessent is gonna figure it out. So, you know, we'll see how he. You know, wait till you kind of hear how they plan this and you know their strategy. But I do think whatever is gonna happen, if they're gonna try to bend it, use one thing to lead to the other, or find a loophole, or see if they could get one tariff here, one tariff there, add it all up. You know, if anything, I do think Scott Bessent will probably tip the hand and tell you what they plan on doing. Or again, maybe even the Treasury, because again, we have stuff with Iran where we've limited Iran even financially in many other ways, and then you've even punished people who've traded with Iran. That's been part of policy, but yeah. NVO. Well, yeah, they got to deal with the tariffs, but then also, too, they might now not have to build them. That's the other dilemma we've been talking about here, because then it's just like, what about these companies that said they wanted to build here and do all of this? I mean, how are they relatively going to behave? It is. The problem is now the timing. So we still haven't even heard from Trump today. So that's the other part of this. But then at the same time, like I'm saying, from the decision on refunds to potential appeals, all of this shit is going to, you know, our time frame now is about 6 to 18 months. So this is going to be, unfortunately, you are going to play this long-ass game of waiting and back and forth for a while. Wait. Melania is live? Oh, fuck! Of course.
From a creative idea into reality.
So she's at the Smithsonian. So she's
team-
not at the breakfast. Because I don't know if Trump's still in the breakfast at this point. How long do they eat breakfast for? I haven't even ate breakfast. The bullshit. So yeah, remember, we still have not heard from Donald Trump today. Again, there was a CNN reporter they said they heard it from him, but it seemed like a regurgitated statement of, you know, what everybody expected with the next move. But yeah. Oh, watch Solar. I didn't even think about that. Solar is also going straight up too. That's a China adjacent play, and they would benefit off of, again, a lack of tariffs. Friday, 9:30 working breakfast, 10:30 private meeting. 10:30, we're at 11:12, so they might still be in that. Yeah, Melania's live. I mean, now it makes sense why those dailies didn't hit. Fucking Melania. Trump says he has to do something about the courts, Reuters. Well, that's your next report. First one was regurgitated statement from CNN. Second update is from Reuters. So yeah, man, we're still, I don't know. Just feel around, but I don't think we have a full picture on this just yet. But yeah, I think Solar's the secondary play. if you want some of the China stuff. But everything's already still up here. Even those China names are still up. Amazing. Hello, Stiff. Good morning. World Trade Organization, no comments on U.S. tariff court ruling. Nice. The Europeans were quick to respond, but yeah, WTO, no tariff update. No comment, bro. No comment. That's amazing. No comment. Oh, that new again. I don't think the price action has been. I don't know if this is because the expiration. I don't know if it's because of the massive amount of uncertainty, but the general idea leading into this was that if, even though we didn't know the ruling was going to come in today per se, the general idea was that this should have cleared up a lot of uncertainty as far as again, if you truly believe that tariffs were hurting the economy, making the Fed's job harder, all the inflation stuff, it's like that was supposed to be the good part, but even on both sides, up or down, I mean, this thing has been relatively pinned. I mean, kind of thematic for what we've gone through this week. That's been the theme, but yeah, there's still a lot more to this. Sadly, the timeline is still somewhat pushed out, but even on the short term, we have not even heard from Donald Trump or anything else that we're getting here. And like you're saying, the WTO don't want to comment. Other places have already made statements out there. You haven't even heard from China yet, if you really think about it. Oh, there's some places are still sleeping. And again, Donald Trump is in a breakfast. They did the breakfast, and now they're at a private meeting, but yeah, we still don't know. Yeah, those Europeans were quick, dog. Again, it's European close in 13 minutes, so their market is still open, technically. Push-ups in 13 minutes. I mean, you could get some in now if you'd like. I'm kind of down. I need to go get me a water. It's good. Is my water cheaper now? No tariffs? Thank you, Donald. Thank you, Supreme Court.
About the price.
All right, follow me on
implication
Instagram.
of this, and what you've seen in a lot of the data, like even last week's CPI data, today's PCE deflator data, goods prices are not spiking significantly on this in aggregate, right? Yes, they've gone up a little bit, but you're talking about a relatively small part of the consumption basket. I think people, for whatever reason, there's this idea that the goods that are imported are some massive part of what U.S. consumers buy. It's actually not. Most of what we buy are domestically produced services, and that spending has continued to be relatively robust. You've seen price increases in the services sector even more. Like if you go look at some of the data that we received today, services drove inflation higher in December, not goods prices. And I think that's an important aspect that we have to consider when we consider inflation and like the macroeconomic effects. It is very small, much smaller, I think, than people really think.
Fantastic insight and context there. Ira, really appreciate your joining us. Ira Jersey is our chief interest rate strategist here at Bloomberg Intelligence, giving us the read-through on what the Supreme Court striking down President Trump's tariffs means for the fixed income market, for the economy, and for the Federal Reserve. Let's bring back our June Grasso. She is host of Bloomberg Law. For some more insight and analysis on what this ruling does mean, June, the 170-page paper ruling, you've gotten
It's
through
not
probably
even
the
8:30.
first couple of pages.
I know, bro. We're
Yeah.
not 10 minutes
What are
till
your thoughts
push-ups.
now as you continue to look through it?
Well, so I am struck by the fact that so much of it was forecast in the oral arguments. For example, during the oral arguments, the Chief Justice said that imposing taxes on Americans has always been the job of Congress, and that's basically what they're saying here.
Yeah, but it's crazy
You know, the
they
president,
interpreted
you
it
went
as
too
a
far.
legitimate
You
tax.
don't have authority to do
That's
this.
what I'm saying,
It's
bro.
up to
Perception
Congress
is
to
fucked.
do this. So I'm sort of struck by that, and even some of the things that Justice Gorsuch said, and the fact that he is usually, almost always, siding with the other very conservative members of the court. He's one of the three most conservative members against on the side of the president's actions. And here he went against the president. I think that's very significant. And some of the things he said were that, well, during the oral arguments, what would stop Congress then? What would stop the president from taking more powers away from Congress? If we give him this, what's the next thing? Does that mean that, he's going to be able to declare war? So I think it's really interesting that he has come out in this opinion with Justice Amy Coney Barrett, who's, sometimes she's a little more iffy on these things.
Oracle
but he's always
kinda
in
dumping.
the corner of the with the most conservative justices.
Oracle's down
in
3 on this.
support of the
I think it could be
president's
because
policy.
the core weave shit.
So joining us now is an expert in this area, Jimmy Garule. He's a professor at Notre Dame Law School. Jimmy, we've talked about the oral arguments several times. Did anything surprise you in this opinion after hearing the oral arguments?
I'm not surprised with the outcome, with the decision, the ruling of the court striking down the tariffs. And
Another
I believe
German
that
association.
I believe that many
They
of
should
the
quickly approach
arguments in the
U.S. and
opinion,
clarify
again, I haven't had the
consequences
opportunity
of
to
current
read the
ruling.
entire opinion at this time, but I think many of the arguments were arguments that we heard during oral argument back in November, and I think it was a weak case for the government. I mean, again, we have a situation where the statute at issue, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, which the Trump administration relied on in imposing these tariffs, never doesn't mention the word tariff at any time, at any point in the statute. B, no president in the history of IEPA has ever relied upon IEPA to impose tariffs. And then, of course, the Constitution is very explicit in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 1, that it's Congress that has the power to lay taxes, not the president.
That's what's crazy.
So I think the
wild
arguments
that they are interpreting it as a tax.
were raised. And
That's what a lot of people agree on. I'm more
just codified.
I'm more challenging to that
the
fact.
formal opinion that we've received today.
I think that's
Where
very,
did
very
the three dissenters
perception error.
find that the
So fascinating, bro. Fascinating. So now a tariff is a tax. That was the big ruling. I think that was part of it. But I do agree with what he said. I mean, you don't have tariffs in IEPA, but still. So again, remember, from day one, the probability was like 70% they were going to lose. But my goodness. The timing and the price action. And here we are on a Friday, Chatadonia. Gavin Newsom calls for tariff refund checks. Dude, what? That's really bad. I feel like, because now you have to wait till they determine who pays for it. Is it going to be the government? Are you going to destroy the bond market? Are you going to have the importers pay it? The export? Who's paying for it? This is a $1 trillion fuckfest. Excuse my language, but come on, Gavin. Well, again, we don't the tariff. That's the thing. You're going to hear about this tariff refund now for the next year. Because if they did not even mention it, they're not choosing to respond to it, goes back to the other court, and then you got to play the appeals game as well. But it does, again, the probability that they do the refunds we don't know how, but the probability is going to be very high that they are going to, because again, if it's ruled unconstitutional, or if they're saying you had no authority to do this, it does imply that you have to give the money back. But how, when, appeals, again, the other countries want clarification. It's actually pretty crazy. Yeah, maybe Nancy. Nancy, you give us the refund, Nancy. Yalla, I know you have. You have good money. A Bitcoin to make a candle. Speaking NBC, a senior administrator said regarding ongoing negotiations with Iran, the Iranians were not going to wait another few years like the Obama administration. Yeah, so you have Section 122, Section 338, 301, and Section 232. Those are your options for tariffs. Again, they all have different amounts and different time frames. So now we're gonna see what they start. Again, I think wait for Besant, to be honest. Although I do think Trump is gonna come out with some drama. I do think Besant is gonna be the real answer in all of this. Absolutely. Again, SPY's starting to break down now. I mean, we have it. You only went below VWAP one time today, and that was like within 10, 15 minutes of this all coming out and getting digested. And then you bounced on the tariff refund. That was the last VWAP move. So again, China names are chilled out a little bit. They're still up. I mean, at least Pinduoduo. Baba's coming back to break even. Again, some of those furniture plays and the companies that got kind of clobbered. You know, think about when during the Vietnam stuff last year, when we would see Vietnam tariffs, all that, those companies already chilled out. And then where's tech? Google's still up, Nvidia came down. How all this uncertainty is not bearish. I mean, it kind of is, but it's like I think the uncertainty, I think it ties into the theme of this year. I mean, you're going to have way more uncertainty here with all the midterms. That's like par for the course. But at the same time, the lack of the thing that's like contradicting or ironic with it is that this same uncertainty reduces the uncertainty of what people were worried about in the beginning. You know, and what were people worried about in the beginning? I mean, think about it. Leading up from last year all the way up until this point, how many people, market participants, bond people, you name it, they thought that tariffs are the #1 reason why everything is bad. Go ask any politician in DC. Say, why is our house prices high? Why are this high? Why is that? Why? Everyone's going to say tariffs. Why do you not like Donald Trump? Tariffs, 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 tariffs. That's his favorite word. So do you see the double-edged sword of this? So that now you got one edge of the sword got blunted, but then at the same time, it does bring in, you know, a longer time frame with a little bit more uncertainty we don't know about. So it cuts both ways, but in a very odd fashion. All right, you're getting a little bit more pressure. I mean, this is Euro close here in 3 minutes, so get ready for it. But yeah, ADM food plays are coming down. Where's Staples? Staples stopped moving. Yeah, I mean, Google and Meta are doing better. Nvidia chilled out, sure enough. Well, yeah, they didn't. I don't know if they made America weaker, but it's definitely confusing. But I mean, I'm sure I didn't read the whole summary yet, but essentially they are saying that they don't want to give the executive branch too much power. That's the general idea. Because again, I like I'm telling you, a lot of people, a lot of legal interpreters, they will say this was a tax. I don't know if I agree with that. Just personally, I don't view a tariff as a tax. Again, I think from day one, I believe that tariffs are deflationary. And I do think that it does get, you know, how people choose to absorb it, how the money actually flows. That's why I think the refund question is just way more complex. That's it. But like, so you got to think about it in that sense. If these people are saying that it's a tax, the Supreme Court, if you give the president the ability to tax without congressional approval, what other powers do you imply? Which again is it's a good argument, but it's also like you have to assume that we're talking about this actually being a tax. Not to mention, I mean, you could argue, they're just arguing the method too, IEPA, and how he chose to do it and what he was using to do it, like what gave him the ability to do it so quickly, enforce them, and set the rate himself. That was all through IEPA. But, so now, again, there's 4 other ways he could still tariff. They're just all different, but, yeah. And then, like I said earlier, the part that I think a lot of people are ignoring is how did this get to the Supreme Court? This is all through federal judges that have, you know, brought in these cases, and they started interpreting it as a tax. So that's what I'm saying. One domino led to the next, but we listen to the case. I do like the Supreme Court. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's always fascinating, and that's your judicial branch. So I think the interpretation is fascinating, and I see that their logic is to prevent the president or the executive branch, not just under Trump, but in the future, from having a certain amount of power and control. But it is weird how we got here. And again, the interpretation of it as a tax, I think, is a trip. But again, that's what everyone's been saying for the last year. So, like I'm saying, I've disagreed with that. I still will continue to disagree with that, but it's been a year of hearing this is a tax on the people, a tax on the people. But I just don't believe that that's been the case. But yeah, that's what they're saying. And if you could let the president tax, you're letting him declare war, you're letting him do 20 other things you may not have even thought about yet. Like firing you from your job if you don't take... Oh, wait. No. Get him. Wait a minute. But again, you had no lower courts push that up. That's what I'm saying. The early interpretation that got it to the Supreme Court is wild. Well, yeah, people brought up the case, but doesn't mean that they're necessarily legit. Like anybody, I mean, there's a lot of cases every day, but it's it was these lower courts that chose to hear it and then execute their judgment. It's just like what we've seen this all year. I mean, at one point, Donald Trump would sign an executive order, and then a lower court would be like, yeah, you can't do that. Again, obviously, there was somebody there to represent it, or someone bringing forth the case, or sometimes it could be a state or a government. You could even represent the people. But at the same time, it's like that's been they stopped. They're not allowed to do that anymore. Ironically enough, the same Supreme Court ruled that these lower courts cannot block executive orders like that anymore. So, yeah, it's kind of crazy to think about. Is that real volume on Apple? It thinks it's fake. Again, Euro closed now too, a couple minutes ago. But yeah, how this got here is, I think, the crazy part. And this crazy is not even over. You got to wait till we start getting into. Again, they will appeal it. That's going to still take another year, and then once we find out what happens with the refunds, that's going to take God knows how much time. B-Bio cancels at a UBS healthcare conference. Trump tells governors in meeting it's disgraceful what the court has done after they shot. We already heard that one. Wasn't that the Reuters one? CNBC's reporting it and Wall Street Journal. They're pushing it around now.
Are anywhere from 35 to 45%. So that adds to the builders' costs again. And also, you know, some of the builders, like...
They're talking builders, but that's hitting the wire right now. Happy Euro Coast! Trump became enraged and started attacking the court, at one point saying these fucking courts, telling the governors he was leaving early to make a statement on the ruling. Where'd you get that from? I don't see that one yet, but so apparently Trump said these fucking courts. I mean, hey, I could shit. I don't disagree, Mr. President. CNN is the source. It's so, dude, the CNN one, they were one of the first quotes that came out. And then you had the Reuters one. So like I'm saying, it's still, I mean, yeah, we're still at an interesting spot in terms of how this has all been reacted to. I said, you like the thumbnail? I was scared it was going to confuse some people. You know, but it was Multi's idea, so I was down. I think he made it nice. There's another one. He made me another one. I don't know. Maybe I'll do that one on Monday. But I don't want to confuse you guys. You might get confused with all the new ones. I know you've got the old one. Very, very modernized. That's funny, though. New thumbnail day, you get new Supreme Court law day. So, cheers to that. We had to kicked out the reporters earlier, but I'm sure they're just lingering around the White House. All right, well, Euro's closed. You guys would like to do a push-up? Shake off the daily. Hopefully you made a decision on the China ones, though. So you didn't do too bad, but move around, baby. Stand up. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck your hips in. If you're sitting down, adjust your posture. If you can't stand up right now, just do something with your posture, man. All right, breathe in really deeply. Use your diaphragm. That could help you a lot, man. I'm telling you. I'll tariff you. Oh, I don't have approval? Never mind. I would have tariffed. Oh, my God! Jared!
Congress and motivates Republicans.
Hold on. They brought Jared?
To try to move
they brought Jared out.
Favor to do this. If it's
no
be up to
fucking way.
Congress,
You're like, yo, crazy Supreme Court action. We need Jared.
It should be up to Congress.
You remember
if Congress
Jared?
hadn't abrogated its responsibility when it comes to tariffs and trade, that's very clearly the focal point for that kind of authority, but they've handily given it away to the president. To be fair, not just this president, but earlier presidents as well. There are a lot of Republicans who are secretly applauding this decision. They don't like tariffs any more than I do or most other economists do. I should say sweeping tariffs versus targeted tariffs, which very much have their use in situations with unfair trade. But this sweeping tariff regime is something that most Republicans don't like. They've been too cowardly to stand up to Trump on the issue. Perhaps this gives them some spine, but we'll see.
So ultimately, do you see an economic impact of this decision?
I do. I mean, I think we'll have to wait and see what they come back with, but it's much harder for them under Section 122, 232, it's 301. All those different sections make it tougher for them to replace the kinds of sweeping reciprocal tariffs, but they still can move actually pretty quickly. There's a section called 122 where they can impose a 15% tariff for 150 days without a whole lot of discussion. And maybe they'll do that. But I think, look, if you believe as I do, and I think the facts are very clear, the research is very clear, and I say this with no fear of discipline from the likes of Kevin Hassett, if you're clear that inflation has been kicked up by something between 0.5 percentage point because of the tariffs, this will partially reduce that. Again, you just heard Diane say it's not the whole shooting match, but fewer tariffs means less price pressure on some of our imports. That will be good for inflation, it'll be good for affordability, it'll be good for consumers, but we're yet to see what the administration comes back with.
I'm glad you mentioned 122 because Capital Econ today writes about it. They say under that section, it's got to be non-discriminatory, i.e. one rate for everyone. In their words, meaning that Trump will no longer be able to honor many of the, quote, deals that he negotiated. Does that mean that some of these investment commitments might not come to pass?
Well, it was already the case that they might not come to pass. I think this means that the likelihood that they come to pass goes down even further. That is, what you really saw, if you read between the lines with what a lot of the investment partners had agreed to, was kind of a quiet wink, wink, let's wait and see what the court does. If the court rules against him, then these obligations are even less likely to occur. So all of those deals were, flimsy as the paper that they never seemed to actually be written on, so we never really knew what was going on with them. But I suspect that your intuition is correct, that they're even less likely to come to pass now.
The other thing that's getting chatter, Jared, is this kind of a back and forth between Roberts and Kavanaugh. Kavanaugh's dissent leans largely on, well, it's kind of late and there's so much already in place and undoing it's going to be a mess. John Dickerson's got a good essay where he writes, "Your lack of planning is not my emergency."
That's a great point. I think the Dickerson line is exactly spot on. Look, I actually was getting very frustrated with the court, and I guess in this regard I still am, for taking so long to make this decision. Not
Jared
a lawyer,
chose 5 years
but
later
I
to
know
get
a lot of
frustrated.
lawyers in this space, and they were invariably clear
Proud of
that
you,
this
Jared.
was just such a clear violation of AIPA and the way it was written. Remember, the word tariff never even shows up in that law.
I think Jared understands
and
how
they
to play a
took so
harp
long
better
to
than he
come
does
down
the
with this
economy.
decision that
That's
they
why
prolonged the
I can't
uncertainty,
believe.
prolonged
No
the
way this is their fucking
challenges
starting
of any
lineup
sort
of people.
refunds, which is a big mess unto itself. But look, the fact that the administration created a huge mess.
Dog,
with this
Jared Bernstein is the Bronny James of the economics world. You understand?
Let them go ahead with it.
I don't think y'all
That's
feel
pretty
me, bro.
nonsensical to me.
I'm like, no
Were
way
you
this
not
guy
at
coming
all
out here.
encouraged by the fact that tariffs
These
are
guys
bringing in
on
a
the
lot
starting
of
lineup?
revenues
How
to
is he
help
starting right
fight
now?
our massive ballooning debt?
That's a great question. I mean, the massive ballooning debt is a great concern to me.
Jared,
The tariffs are
that's why I
absolutely
stopped.
the
I dropped
wrong way
everything.
to go
Guys,
about addressing that problem because they're such a regressive tax
Talking
increase.
about one of the
They
most
hit more
complex,
lowering
biggest
people harder.
issues. They're
But
like, get
here's where
Jared
I
out
do
here.
Take some inspiration. Again, I'm glad you asked. Because we showed two things. One, we showed that a tax increase doesn't bring the macroeconomy to its knees. In fact, the macroeconomy is doing pretty well. I know we had an underwhelming Q4 GDP this morning. That was largely the shutdown. That's a policy problem. But we can withstand a higher tax rate, but just not on the middle class. So a progressive value-added tax is kind of where I'm going with this. Maybe it's the time to start thinking about more progressive tax to address the revenue shortfall.
That would be an interesting framework for
want it
future
that
debates
now?
about tax. Jared, we'll get
Yeah,
there
let's
another
become
day.
European.
As always,
Yes.
our thanks. Good to see you. Jared Bernstein.
Thank you.
All right, we're continuing to follow all the angles of this Supreme Court decision, but are going to squeeze in a quick break.
Dude, Jared. Dog, they got Jared out here, bro. Jared ended it with, like, let's do a VAT. All right, Jared. Well, please, if you don't understand my obsession with Jared, I need to show this to you. I think I saved it the other day. I just saw this one here. I don't know if they, No, you guys gotta watch this. This is probably one of the greatest things you'll ever witness. Jared, where are you? I'm gonna find him. Yes. That's what I'm saying, bro. If you don't understand, bro, like Jared, again, at one point, he was the chair of the economic advisors for the United States of America. Do you understand? Out of a pool of candidates, he was handpicked by Joe Biden to be your chief economic advisor. Because he is, I'm telling you, he is beyond reproach. His knowledge is probably more than any Claude or ChatGPT combined. I think he's an oracle, to be honest with you. He's probably one of the wisest people I've ever encountered. Especially, I don't understand how he knows so much about the economy. Maybe one day I will pale in comparison. If I could just know a sliver of what he knows. You have no idea. So please, let me show you, bro. This guy, you have no idea who you're dealing with.
The U.S. government can't go bankrupt because we can print our own money.
It obviously begs the question, why exactly are we borrowing in a currency that we print ourselves? I'm waiting for someone to stand up and say, why do we borrow our own currency in the first place?
Like you said, they print the dollar. So why does the government even borrow?
Well, again, some of this stuff gets, some of the language some of the language and concepts are just confusing. I mean, the government definitely prints money, and it definitely lends that money,
Facts.
which is why
See,
the government definitely prints money, and then it lends that money by selling bonds. Is that what they do?
Yeah, you tell me, Oracle.
They sell bonds. Yeah, they sell bonds, right? Since they sell bonds and people buy the bonds and lend them the money. Yeah, so a lot of times, at least to my ear with MMT, the language and the concepts can be kind of unnecessarily confusing, but there is no question that the government prints money.
Fuck yeah.
And then it uses that
I don't
money
question it anymore,
to,
Jared. Thank you. I'm enlightened.
Yeah, I guess I can't really talk. I don't get it. I don't know what they're talking about. Like, because
he's humble too.
The government clearly prints money. It does it all the time, and it clearly borrows. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this debt and deficit conversation. So, I don't think there's anything confusing there.
See that? Why would you be confused by that? You wouldn't even be in that conversation, son. Thank you, Jared. You have no idea. I'm glad they brought him out too. We needed him in the lineup there. They're like tariffs, confusion, delays, global economy, threat to the bond market, refunds. They're like, get Jared out here. I was the last person I expected to see today, bro. You know that was all of this today. I was like, nah, they're not gonna have the Supreme Court ruling today. And then we get it. And then they're like, then Jared shows up? Nah, bro. That's beautiful. Fucking dude, that's beautiful. Yeah, no, you should get it. Nah, bro, that was your economic advisor, the chief economic. He was the chief for several years. You guys don't understand. We wouldn't even be having this conversation. What are you missing, dude? What are you missing? Yeah, Apple went up, Google, NVIDIA's back up. Even the China plays are up. He said tariffs are taxes on the economy and are bad, but that we need to increase taxes to make up the deficit. Yeah, fuck yeah, that's exactly what Jared is saying. And that's what I'm saying. It's on par for his wisdom. You don't understand. He's a wise man. You see, what are you not getting it? Because I don't think we'd be having this conversation if we weren't talking about taxes to begin with. So it's definitely a tax, and we should definitely tax because we can't tax. Definitely. You have no idea, man. Trump should just nominate him. Call it a day. Oh, it's amazing. The intelligent advisor. Yeah, I think you're better if you listen to like several hours of Jared. It'll definitely be better than intelligent investor. What a day, Chatadonia. Oh, damn. Do you know who's excited about the ruling? Mike Pence. Mike Pence put out a tweet. Michael! Gotta love it. All Sams and Jareds. I mean, I guess they're not all bad, but I don't even, do I know any other Jareds? All I know is the Subway guy. So I guess Sam Altman, Sam Bankman. I don't know, man. Oh, Jared Kushner. You know what? Okay, I think you're getting traction on the Jared movement. I'm not, now that I think about it. I don't really know any other Jareds. I guess I just memory hold it. Yeah, that's what I say. I guess we could ban all the Jareds. I'm fine with that. All right, man. Well, SPY came back up. And yeah, the big part about this, like, I'm sure you guys are even seeing the art. Everything's very, like, that's why I'd say you could call it a double-edged sword or a sword of confusion. Because, like, half of the people are saying the tariffs are, Trump even said that this would ruin the economy. But then the other half of people are talking about how this is going to be great. And then at the same time, people are like, oh, this is a tax. And then we should probably add more taxes to make up for it. And then they're saying, okay, this is going to be confusing. It could have negative effects and uncertainty. But then now people are like, well, now we could import stuff for cheaper. And now you don't have to worry about these inflation fears. So it's very, double-edged or contradicting, or literally everybody is just picking the option that's more supportive of their beliefs. But yeah, that's where we're at with this, and we still have not heard from the president, from El Presidente. But you did hear from Jared Bernstein, which I think is awesome. We don't know. I mean, I think people already filed. There's people already who have filed cases for tariff refunds already. So, yeah, we're going to get that. But, again, it gets kicked back to the lower court that sent it up here. They get to determine that, which they most likely will. But then you're also going to probably get an appeal started by the admin, which could kick off another 26 by later this year, more likely into 2027. You'll start to go across that. I mean, Jared did bring up the section, what is it, 122? So that's the other one. But that one again, it's broad based, and it's temporary. And then there's the 3 other sections that we talked about earlier. But yeah, man, here we are. Here we are. But that's what I'm saying. Half the people. That's why, like, my first reaction though was bullish, even though I don't really agree with it. Because, like I'm saying, there's just a huge perception that tariffs have weighed on the economy, whether it's true or not. There's a lot of people who believe that. So that's why it's like it kind of gets rid of a headwind, but then, you know, you're going to run into another cloud of uncertainty. Trump, you fool. Your intelligence frustrates me. I can't believe it. I don't get how that works. Is that how it's done? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it's done. A wise man once said the government definitely prints money. Amen. I'm gonna get that poster of that. I want a poster of Jared, actually. I would like Jared in my office. I think it'd be motivating. Big Tech is still holding. Oh, Baiduneus. Interesting. So Baidu's still ran. Where's Baba? They're all just near the high. Again, these ones didn't pull back as much now. Is it 175 billion? Dude, no. I would argue the tariff refund is in the trillions. Correct me if I'm wrong, but maybe all the commitments haven't gone out. But I think there has been at least 1 trillion of receipts so far. So yeah, it's a lot of money. That's why, like, I mean, again, like, maybe Jared has different opinions, and maybe I'm not as wise yet, but the first thing I think about is bonds. So that's kind of the, it was a lot of money, especially with, again, considering the bond market and where we're at right now, and everybody worried about the deficit, the spending, all of that stuff. It's, I don't think this is, it's not really the time you want to add another $1 trillion or more to, we don't have money, or how are we going to pay this? U.S. is withdrawing much of its planned air power and F-35s from NATO exercise in northern Norway due to tensions with Iran. Again, Trump they chilled it out earlier, or said a limited strike, if anything, and oil went down. But now it's funny, we're more focused on all this tariff stuff now. And then again, a lot of the tech, that's your strong move of the day. Russell's still down. Dow is up only a third. SPY is up, but equal weight is only up by like half of that. And then NASDAQ's up over 1%. There's a bunch of noise weighing down many's ability to discern the truth of the matter and keep us making irrelevant assumptions. You know, I don't disagree with you. You know, the craziest part about this, and that's why it sucks that we have to wait another year to really find out if this is going to become like the true law of the land. It's like I'm saying, like this affects your future. You guys understand that, right? Like, and not beyond tariffs. This affects in terms of powers of Congress, the weighting now of Congress, how much more important it is, what the president can and cannot do. Maybe it limits a tyrant in the future. Maybe it limits a tyrant right now. Maybe it makes Congress more of a tyrant. Like, there's so many things that, again, this is a Supreme Court ruling, which is, that's why I was so fascinated with it in the beginning. It's like, this is actually crazy. I'm glad we listened to it, and it's, you know, it's good to look at it from a logical manner. But like I'm saying, there is stuff about it where it's truly, it will make you think, but then also, too, at the same time, it could be very well distracting. I mean, just a second ago, just a couple hours ago, everybody was focused on Iran. We thought today wasn't going to really have too much. People were looking at the momentum of the SPY. I mean, think about it. I ain't heard nobody say AI. How does AI tie? Where's the software? So, yeah. That's the thing, man. The skew, we'll get an updated one at close. So we'll see where that's at. But for now, I mean, it was climbing yesterday. So, but then again, it does seem like, you know, this back and forth. You haven't heard from Besant. You haven't heard from Trump. I mean, very well, like a lot of this is kind of paralleling. It's like a lighter version of last year. Like, you know what I'm saying? Where you might get it's all, the timing's lining up where we just you might be hearing about this stuff coming into the next few months. And depending on what we get, you know, you're going to get that reaction. So remember, last year, we started off the year, we stuck in a range, and then literally end of February, beginning of March, the momentum started slipping. People were getting worried about policy. And then by end of March, early April, you started to deal with all of the other stuff. So, with literally Liberation Day. And that's kind of lining up. You guys remember that, right? This is what I was telling everybody last night. I think a lot of people forgot about this. Or I think everybody, you know, in the name of confusion and getting distracted, I think a lot of people forgot how last year played out. It wasn't that long ago. But again, you were in one of these. This is where you are right now. You are in one of these boxes. Again, you even go back, like we've been in the same range here for quite some time. You know, this doesn't happen too often, but this is what I want you to see. Look at the date. You guys remember, end of February, you started breaking down in the market. And then March, you were already selling off. Then you bounced, and then you got clapped again. You didn't have the real big sell-off. Like that death blow, that was the tariffs. But you were selling off already leading into it. I think a lot of people in their mind, they view this whole moves as tariffs right here. You get what I'm saying? That's not really what happened. It was that slow development. We had the back and forth, the headlines, the Reuters headlines, all of that other stuff. But it wasn't till like end of March, the market already gave up some. Again, there was all the fear, the perception. People kept hammering home these different ideas. And then early April, that was the Liberation Day death blow. But you were already selling off prior to that. So it's ironically enough, I mean, you're doing way better now after today. It's like if this was going down even with the software stuff a lot earlier, yeah, that was DeepSeek. But think about it. What did we have this year? You didn't have a quote-unquote DeepSeek. You had software DeepSeek. You had Claude and all that other stuff. So it's like we're doing a lot better considering, but then again, we haven't really reached the end of February. But it's like if that dropped down and now you have the similar tariff questions all swirling. So a lot of it is parallel. I don't think it's going to play out exactly the same. You know, these ranges either lead to a big pop or a big drop, but at the end of the day, you know, you didn't really see it at the beginning, but it is kind of funny how it is kind of all aligning with a lot of what we had last year, even down to just how the tariffs played out in the timing. But yeah, now we have to do that again. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. that crazy? Core Weave, again, you had the Blue Owl stuff. But we're chilling. Now the price action has just returned back to chill mode, unfortunately. Which is crazy, because half of this is all just big tech right now. A little bit more. Let's see. Dow Jones. Actually, 20 names green. 2 more went green on the Dow. NASDAQ, 73. So, again, you're almost 75% green on the NASI. SPY, 280. It was like 260 before. Now Nike's slipping. So again, some of those other ones, like this feels like on when they would even get the tariffs or any of the reciprocals. Where's ON? A lot of them already slipped. All the furniture plays, Lulu. Lulu's held up a little better. Lulu was up 5 at one point. Same thing with restoration. So again, the China ones were the better ones, but they're not gassing the same way. So that's why, too, when I told you make it free or push, that make it free, that was like almost near the peak of the premium. But then it's like, again, at least this one held up, but some of them also went down. Pinduoduo did good. My goodness. Yeah, the president does, I mean, he has certain powers to do tariffs. It's just that's why they're debating it through IEEPA. The whole idea is that IEEPA gave him the ability to do it however he wanted. And that's the one point, which is a very good point. Like, IEEPA doesn't mention tariffs, right? So that's the president's interpretation to say we could use tariffs in this instance to get what we need out of it. But then again, I mean, you also saw a lot of, I think Biden did some weird stuff under IEEPA too. It just wasn't tariff related. But it's like when he starts saying that, that's where the dilemma is, and being able to go pick out 100% here, 0% there. That's what they're debating, and I do think the president has that power. You could debate on the IEEPA stuff, but again, I think the heart of this issue is interpreting the tariff as a tax. That right there is the crazy part. That, I think, is more or less the elephant in the room, or more so that a lower court interpreted it as a tax. So if that lower court said it wasn't a tax, we wouldn't have a case. You wouldn't have got here. The Supreme Court would say, well, what do you mean? Like, you could then by saying it's a tax, that's what says, okay, does the president have the ability to use these acts can he implement a tax however he wants? And that's a no. That's why Congress comes into play. So that's what I think is the most fascinating part about this. But here we are. And now, welcome to the further shit show. I think it's going to make March a little bit more interesting. And even then, the rest of this month, again, seasonality is not really our friend from here on out, but we are going to see. President Trump will hold a press briefing at 12:45. Yes, sir. Eastern. What time is it? 45 minutes. All right, get ready. So we got 1 hour to kill, Chattadonia. 45 minutes, you will hear from Donald Trump on the Supreme Court. I can't, it's so crazy. All during the breakfast. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Could they prove it's not a tax? Well, that's what they tried to, and they lost. That was essentially it. You remember we listened to it, and the guy who sounded like RFK Light, and he was defending it. What's his name? The general? But he was the lawyer, and he defended it, but the court said no. You know, again, I want to read the full opinion. I know they're saying Kavanaugh just said it was too late, but then the other guys, you know, some people even ruled on it by using this whole basis of a tax. They're just saying, you know, and they brought this up when we listened to the case. They're viewing it from a lens that if you let up any president, you know, besides it being Donald Trump, it's just like you have to think for the future. If the Supreme Court says, yes, you could do that, any other president in the future now, they're going to have a different ability, and then they're worried about the slippery slope. Whereas if now you say he could do this, like, what stops it from being war? Just because it's taxed. But they had a chance to defend it, and unfortunately they lost in this, especially since, again, the lower courts, they introduced it to the Supreme Court as their ruling was it was a tax. So other lower courts agreed on that interpretation. which is kind of crazy. How does it affect energy? I don't know. I don't think as much. I mean, there's definitely, we got importers and exporters, but I mean, we export a decent amount of energy with some of the policy we got with Mr. Trump, and I don't think we're trying to import as much. But the tariffs aren't, I don't think they've hit that industry too much or too less. I think it's more goods, a little bit of services, but mainly goods from everywhere else, and then all these other deals, and then whether or not it led to bilateral trade agreements, reciprocals, and people building and doing all that other stuff. That's it. But even then, we have a lot to find out. So, I mean, there's definitely a lot of question marks, I think, on everything. We don't even really understand the full dynamics yet, which, again, they were aware of. They just don't, it's not their problem. But there's a lot of uncertainty now surrounding this. And then why is it the market puking off of it? Because you have a lot of uncertainty removed, or at least a calming down of certain issues. How confused is the market? I don't know if it's a 10. I would say maybe like let me put it this way. I think the general public probably a 9. Wall Street, I would say like a 7.5. Yeah. Because remember, Wall Street is looking ahead. Wall Street, like, this is what's going to even happen during the midterms. But Wall Street is like, well, you remove one uncertainty, you get another here. Now you have a 2-year delay, a 1-year delay. Who's going to get the refund? So, people are going to position around that. And a lot of people, again, it was technically expected to happen. But even so, you still have a lot more people like, well, when are we going to know the full details? So I don't think Wall Street's going to overreact. But I do think like I'm saying, everybody outside of finance and the money, they're going with whatever interpretation they want. And now, but then again, if you think the uncertainty of tariffs is gone, it is, but it isn't. And then it's also like, well, when do we find out? What happens if you do get mass refunds, and if they are large, and how are you going to pay for it? So, and then again, if you ask Jared Bernstein, he'll be like, yeah, tariffs are a tax, so we should incorporate a different tax. So people are going to keep interpreting back and forth. But there is a lot of questions unanswered, but they will be answered in time. But that's still going to take us a year at minimum. Yeah, go to the gym. If you're not going to... You got 45 minutes. Go to the gym, get some headphones in. You'll be able to ride out. I mean, I'm excited to hear Trump. Like I said, I think Trump is going to, give his speech on how fucked up they are, all that other good stuff. And then I don't know if he's going to reiterate the we're screwed, like he said leading into it, if you guys recall. Or if he's going to lean into we have many other options. But Bessent, hear me right now. I think you'll get it. I think even Wall Street's going to move more on Scott Bessent. Because Scott Bessent, the Treasury, even homeboy who asked about the other, the other acts, and if we go with the Enemies Act and go after Iran and trade partners, think about it. That you do a lot through the Treasury, and the Treasury could do a lot. And Bessent, I think Bessent is probably going to be the master plan of how they plan to work this around. Even refunding the money, for crying out loud. The refunds are either going to get issued through the Treasury, or they're going to get issued through the what's it called? Michael Burry adding JD. Oh, why not Pinduoduo, Michael? Come on, Michael. There's a cheapie on there. It'll go away, but literally, they're 1 cent, bro. Oh, it didn't fill me on them? Oh, no, it did. I don't know if those will hit, but China and Michael. But everything is so fucking pinned, dude. I didn't get that many of them. I'm scarred from the dailies after today. Motherfucker. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Things are still very, very pinned. came back, but they didn't move. The ones in near, like at the money moved. No more 2K tariff check? Yeah, I don't think so. What's my mile PR? Oh, dude, I don't know. I mean, I think I ran a 640 mile one time in high school because they were making fun of me. But that was, I stopped timing my mile, dude. I'll walk a mile in like 15 minutes, dog. I don't got fucking run, dude. What do I look like? But I will, I ran in basketball. I'll play ball. Oh, dude, I didn't even tell you guys. Dude, do you know what happened yesterday? I blocked a jump shot. Do you understand? My little ass, bro. I blocked a jumper. You have no idea, bro. I was humble about it, though. I really wanted to just get up in his grill and go, ah! But, you know, I was just half surprised that I even did it. I know, dude. It was crazy. But, yeah, so I run in basketball. I don't run for a mile, though. All right, well, coming back down. Again, you've kind of been selling here. It's still post-Euro. Actually, you bounced on Euro. Now you're giving it all back, going to VWAP. I mean, remember, last couple of minutes here, we have 12:45 on the schedule to hear for Donald Trump to address the Supreme Court ruling. Michael Burry added JD. That wasn't enough. Put uncertainty in, you take uncertainty out. You put uncertainty in, and then you shake the markets about. You do the tariff pokey, then you turn the market around. That's what it's all about, Supreme Court. Woo! All right, back to VWAP. You're still climbing, though, ironically enough. The VWAP is, for the very least, but we'll see how it handles here. All right, you're picking up a little bit more to the downside. Again, a couple of you in the China plays are slipping. Watch if big tech gives up. Again, this might be the get ready for Donald moment. I don't know. I think people, again, if he starts leaning into the America's fucked theme, I think that's what's going to cause some of your reaction. All right, that's your first drop below VWAP since the tariff refund. Keep eyes up. You're moving. Again, this isn't even like it's post-Euro, but there's nothing else besides you've picked up more on the announcement. So this was when the announcement came out that he's going to be doing the speech, 12:45. The Trump card. Like, it's done this with just this fucked up Friday, dude. You know what I'm saying, dude? Well, push-ups at 9:30, sir. We did one at 8:30. One set. We did it while we listened to Jared. Jared the Wise. Well, just another episode of The Stock Market Hates You. On the next episode, the Supreme Court hates all Americans, while all Americans welcome no taxes and want to get another tax. Donald Trump vows to fight the fucking Supreme Court. Find out what happens as all daily options get killed. One was to get crazy. I know, man. Well, it started after yesterday. Remember, this is yesterday was your last day of some decent seasonality. And then we get all the other ones. I think that was very surprising. Again, the action itself, a lot of people were expecting that, but now this time, they chose the one fucking Friday right into the weekend where nobody was like, again, I think more people this time started to fall into consensus that they were gonna skip this time. But Supreme Court's like, nah, 6-3. It's over. You guys sit up there. I do shoulder workouts. LMT on the low. That was only defensive. That was actually staying up earlier. That's what it's all about long term. All right, the electric data center and uranium place. Those are going on the low. And then SPY's now working below VWAP. A bigger work down below here will be very different than the rest of the day. So it's a bigger decline in terms of like momentum. But then if you're actually going to break the VWAP and hold, I mean, you are reacting a little bit different. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to get our stimulus check now. Sad. All right, man, you're back. You're getting into the low of both tariff refund and then the first pullback from when it all came out. Again, this idea of Trump coming out, I don't think the market is liking it, or you're getting a little bit of front run on the fear there. So, yeah, low ticker's almost fully gassed. Take a look at big tech. Michael Burry couldn't even save some of the China ones. But, yeah, your big tech is actually still doing pretty decent. I think this is everybody else. I guess NVIDIA dropping a little bit. No, what is this? It might be Google? Google gave up only one. Or Apple, maybe? So, yeah, it just kind of concentrated between a lot of stocks giving up like 1% from their highs. But you still have the leadership. I think it's the equal weight dumping. Yeah, so equal weight's dumped into really right back to open. Now SPY's coming. It looks like a McDonald's logo. The golden arches, brother. But yeah, equal weight's the one like actually hitting new lows. I don't know if it's algos. I think it's just a little, I think it's anticipatory towards what Donald Trump is going to say. It's all started, literally. So that Donald Trump announcement came out at 9:03, right here. So we were actually still like kind of near the highs. Then Donald Trump schedules for 12:45, 1 hour on the clock, and then you took a 3-point dump on the SPY. So it could be algos, it could be this Friday move and how we're staying near VWAP, but like I'm saying, I think it's just anticipatory towards what Trump is going to say. Trump is either going to say all the tariffs are in place, nothing's going to change. If he says everything's fucked, like he did hint at before, he said America's screwed, quote unquote. So, yeah, you are getting something of, I think people are kind of asking themselves what to expect here. Your 401k's still high. Nobody lost money. They want you to. The Supreme Court they bought puts. I wouldn't be surprised. Do you know what a put is? I don't. If you haven't, go look up a SPY put. I bet you they bought SPY puts. I don't know. These people, they hate our country. Wow, I didn't know that, Donald. Why doesn't Trump go to Congress and ask them to vote for tariffs? I think because like part of the situation is that you have to have Elizabeth Warren and AOC weigh in on it. So the current method allows him to not be reliant on AOC, Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, and a couple of others. But yeah, I mean, he might have to. There's other ways he can't do it. Again, the Section 122, he's going to be able to do it just without what's it called? He's gonna be able to do it without being able to pick. It can't be. So that's the big detail, is that he could do a temporary 15% tariff without congressional approval, but it has to go on everybody. So you can't say, if you give us this, I'll give you 0. That will not be allowed. This could affect the ISM, but we'll see by the Monday of February. But then again, it's gonna be a little bit behind, but I still think it's gonna boom. But yeah, it will change, because now, again, if like these companies don't operate here, or if the tariffs changes, and I don't know if it'll change it that quickly, but you got to think about it. If the tariff stops people from making and building here and manufacturing, you might not get the that could impact it. But then the other question is like, okay, these companies that have already started and committed to this, what are they going to do? Notice bonds are ticking up. So that second half below VWAP, bonds are still trapped in the zone. Again, you're getting to the low of the refund, and then when all this news came out. Yeah, the Dems are the minority, but, I mean, Trump has still had some trouble getting stuff. You've had a couple of scragglers. And then again, too, now you only have, like, what, 8 months? So that's what we were saying here, too. I think one thing people aren't talking about enough is that all of this just raised the stakes for the midterms. Not only that, it made Congress a little bit more emboldened, some more of the power that they have been vested in this great country. They have been vested in this great country. Was the GDP? Well, did you read the BLS, what they said? So about 1.2 or 1.5% of GDP was written off from the effect of government employees. So the lack of government employees contributing to GDP slashed it by 1.3, I believe, which is crazy. That's why I said my theory is what I was saying at the jobs report. When the jobs report came in stronger but was revised down by almost 1 million, I think it's like a delayed reaction to all of this, to all of the less government hiring, the Doge, some of that stuff. I think we're kind of in that transition period, or at least some parts of the economy are showing that. So yeah, and then not to mention the shutdown, but even then, that blew my mind, and the BLS did mention that. Alrighty. I mean, shit, the fucking puts did better than the daily on the breaking news. But yeah, you came down, right? That 12:45 announcement, bro. You're now down like what, 4 points since that came out, give or take, and now you're back to the low where the refunds were announced. That's right when they said no reaction to refunds. That was this candle right here. Alright, you guys want to do a push-up? Because I need to go to the bathroom. Let's see. What else we got? Where's CNBC, bro? They impressed me with
your cash flows.
Josh Brown is like,
buy
tech!
It's violent.
Fuck this Supreme Court! Buy tech!
Some of the
you guys want tech?
Insane.
Here's my top pick.
Which is which for a long
it's not permanent. It's not long term.
So I like
and I can sell it at any time.
This other part of the market. You look at small cap, mid cap, industrial, cyclical. You look at anything but enterprise
I'll give you guys
SaaS.
this instead of
There are some really great stories
Trump
happening, and the irony, it's almost like an O. Henry short story. It's almost like a gift of the Magi. The irony here is so much of the earnings growth that we'll probably get out of small and mid cap is because of AI. We're going to start getting a re-rating for the buyers of these products, because they're going to have a positive story to tell about efficiencies, cost savings, hiring less people, lower pressure on wages, etc. So it's kind of funny. We want to now pivot the AI trade from the providers to the beneficiaries, and the beneficiaries are in the Russell, small cap 600, mid cap 400, and that's really what's working. And I like the call. I think that will continue.
You know, Josh guys makes a good point in that we in terms of software, okay, which has been the greatest point of upset in this entire market, that we may not know, and we likely won't know anything to make us feel better for a minute. I mean, Dan Ives puts out a list today of sort of 10 things that will stop the tech slide and the AI quote-unquote ghost trade overhang. One of the things on his list is that AI monetization starts to show in the March results for Microsoft and someone like ServiceNow. All right, so what are you going to wait till April? This market's just going to be volatile in these areas until these companies report. You know, when you get into the first few weeks of April. What's interesting to me is, Bill, you bought ServiceNow, so you're not waiting around to see what this company delivers after already working on its worst quarter ever. Yep. The worst quarter ever for ServiceNow is now a buy for you. Why?
Yeah, I mean, we don't love catching falling knives, but you know, we did buy it as a new position, about a 1.25%. If you look at it, it's 2 standard deviations below its valuation. I mean, it's a right now forward valuation about 25, and we see AI as adoption as a complement, not a substitute to ServiceNow. And if there's going to be winners, this could be the time where you have to start picking some winners, not push all your chips in there, but start picking out some of these names that have been beaten. And we think this is going to be a winner, and that's why we stepped in.
But I mean, it may be, I don't know to what degree you think it's going to be a winner. There are legitimate questions about to what multiple should your winner trade at if, you know, the market, it seems to me, has been reacting the way it has on the prospects.
And then I think the tariff amount too.
Lower.
I swear it was at $1 trillion, but there's some people saying 600 billion.
Which is why the multiples have re-rated to the degree that they have. Absolutely. Maybe we don't know
but still,
just how
not
deep
good for Treasury,
a slowdown in revenue growth is going to be, which makes it difficult to decide what multiple you're willing to pay for a name like that.
Yeah, I think the mid-20s is definitely a spot for us to get it into the portfolio. And the names that we hold in the bottom half of the portfolio,
I think
we
tech
always
is just
add
getting
them,
a better
that
bid.
We want to see conviction build and want to increase that size.
It's still, you know, 25.5 times, 25. Yeah. 0.2.
I mean, it's down from 60 to 75 over a year ago.
Well, how do you know 25 is the right number?
And it may be wrong. I mean,
look at like CRM, for example, which I think is down to like 13 or 14 or 15, something in that ballpark, to what that stock has historically, there it is at almost 15, to what the stock has traditionally traded at. People are asking the same question about this. Is 15 the right number?
Well, I think what you're seeing is if you go to 50,
because there's projections and then the year's not done, but it's in between like
and I think from us,
400 to 600 billion.
We look at sizing as our superpower as we start to build into portfolios.
So not that
and
bad.
This name here, if it does go to a 15 and breaks a 20 multiple and starts continuing to go lower, we added at about $99. If we see it $75 on this, we're ready to buy more unless our conviction changes, and that's how we're positioned going into it. And that's how I think
volatility,
you have to look at some of
new
these
cover
names.
art,
we're
no
not
spa
heavy
music.
Software. We're heavy.
Well, we
in
put
AI,
the fire
AI
on.
trade,
I mean,
it's
been cold.
So we use this as
I've
an
been liking
opportunity.
it.
We name like CrowdStrike, name like Microsoft,
said try a
name
new
like
thumbnail,
ServiceNow,
and I said only if you can make it look original and good, and I vibe with it.
After the bludgeoning the space has taken,
yeah, the big volatility from the tariffs. The Supreme Court said no.
We're going to take a quick break.
They said no tariffs.
We do have more moves to get to.
Tariffs are unconstitutional, or the president does not have the ability to issue them. And then Trump is going to come on in about 15 minutes, you know, give or take an extra 20 minutes. He'll probably come on a little later. And then, yeah, here we are. But a lot of people are just going, I think, fighting through the uncertainty, because there's a good part about no tariffs if you were worried about the inflation and the economic impact over the last year or so. But then also, too, now it brings up some other debates on what happens to the money, what happens to the manufacturing boom, what happens with midterms in Congress. So, yeah, I think, is that a good fill-in? I think it is. But the volatility, it's not even volatile. Bonds are more volatile, to be honest. I think this has been very atypical or typical for the week here with this, like, random melt up, then random meltdown, but it is a big expiration as well too, so we'll see as we move on from it. should we get out of TLT? It changes some of that economic shift aspect. It really does, but at the same time, the bond volatility is higher. So I'm going to leave that decision up to you, my friends, because it's going to be, like I said, give it at least a month on there. We're looking for a certain point, but today just it introduced a lot of uncertainty. So I don't know if I'm ready to make that decision just yet until we get some more clarity. But then at the same time, the one thing working in its favor is bond volatility is still elevated. I'm staying solvent longer than the market could remain irrational. I don't know. Is the range irrational? It's just boring and slow. That's the only downside. But again, there's a lot of things swirling around. Katos dumping. That was part of the other ones. Tasty. What up, STI? Bro, didn't you have a STI like a Subaru? Is that the same Tasty? What's up, baby? My friend. Sour brown. Sour brown, sweet green, Josh Brown. What a day though, man. I like it, man. It's fast. Yeah, the tariff revenue shit. Well, I guess it's good it's not at $1 trillion. I don't know. Trump, well, he said minimal strikes today, or limited strikes to try to get them to do a deal. So again, that's just only going to affect oil, but I mean, I think just, you know, in the name of what happened last year and just even the setup, like we showed earlier, you're kind of just playing into this, you know, it's a lot like the beginning of last year. So I think this tariff uncertainty stuff, it's going to, like I'm saying, there's both good and bad to it that people are going to take, but I do think this is going to swirl. Give it the weekend too, because, you know, weekend is kind of a good time, because like usually over the weekend, if things get better or worse, I mean, you'll know, and whether or not we get it down Friday, down Monday. For now, tech is up, and that's kind of holding us on here. And then remember, next week you get a lot more earnings. So we're going to see, but for now, it's SPY and NASDAQ, only ones in the green. Might I add, the equal weight is red. It should be. Oh, no, equal weight's bare. No, yeah, down by 0.15. It gapped up a little bit, or had a better open, then dropped. But yeah, SPY's barely hanging on. I think that's tech. Not to mention some of the other names are moving their way up. Let's actually see now. So after that move, yeah, 7 names flipped red on the Dow. NASDAQ, 20 names went red. And then SPY, 50 names went red on the SPY. So from here to here, that's you got a little bit of shift. Some of the names on the cusp, they turned around. And then Core Weave still dumping, Katos, a few others. Carmen, I know you was dumping earlier. Yeah, bro, those defensives and the nuclears, they didn't really do too hot on that last segment. Small caps. This might affect the Russell too. So even in the same effect, if we do start, if this starts to get in the way of that like economic shift, it's going to change some of the dynamic here. I just think it's too early to tell. And then also, again, a lot of this is perception. So think about, that's why I think however Trump explains this, the messaging and what they go for, and then ultimately, I think you'll get a better answer, whether it's bonds, market, Russell, economy, when we start hearing from your boy, Scott Bessent. We already got to hear from Sparkle Beach Ken. He said, return the refunds. He said, refund the tariff money. My goodness. CRK. Yeah, mineral. I don't know if the minerals even reacted to that XOM stuff. Energy still clapped though. Actually, oil's not too bad considering you calm the tensions just with the minimal strike reference. And then you're right back, right below VWAP. VWAP's kind of tweaking out though. It's done this little, I don't know if that's my VWAP or what. Yeah, I think VWAP, you're right under it. So see, if it hits VWAP and sells off, I mean, that's going to change. You've held VWAP very well today. And software, $1 barely. Yeah, $1 above that 80 level. But shit, man. So you still don't have that resolution. You might have to wait till next week on that. Again, all those earnings that come out. Communications are up. Industrials went down. Refund the auto pen. I know. That's whether it's the auto pen, Ukraine, Pfizer. You just, in this case, you never had a lower court, you know, petition to take it to the Supreme Court and label what happened as you know, the president wasn't able to. You did in one of the Pfizer cases, but that didn't, you know, you can't get a refund on that, I guess. But some people were able to sue, so maybe that kind of is similar. But yeah, that's why this is such a, it's a trip, especially considering, you know, the amount of money. Google, whoa, Google's considered restructuring TPU business into standalone unit. Google wants to amplify growth of fluid stack, sources say. Talks to invest $100 million in startup fluid stack. Says company has no plans for restructuring. So they've considered it but have no plans. Exploring ways to use its financial might to take on NVIDIA. That's coming out right now. Google. So they're investing in fluid stack. And then they said they considered splitting off the TPUs, but they're not. But they want to take on NVIDIA. Again, they both went down on that. So see what happens with the other ones. See what happens with like tech, because I literally, that did not lead to one up, one down. They both got hit. Equal strike. Could that first head, dude, if they split it, that would have been bullish as hell. Because then he would have got a spin-off. Just like you saw what happened when they even talked about spinning off Chrome and shit. But yeah, remember the TPUs, that was the big thing end of last year. Kind of slowed a lot of this stuff down. But yeah, they said they considered it, but have no plans to spin off the unit. Iron Condor on SPY? I mean, I think the premiums are slashed both ways. So I don't know what time frame you're looking at, but even on the short term, everybody got washed. That washed everybody. So your puts and calls, unless you bottom ticked them, but they got murdered on both sides. So you're kind of, it's a little less optimal now, or maybe wait till one side moves. But then again, I mean, this is, you are right in the middle of uncertainty. I don't even know if the uncertainty has started to take over. It just kind of depends what Trump says. And then how people are, Trump and Besant, and how that starts to unfold. A month out. Well, if you want to buy the iron condors instead of sell them, if you think it's going to break out. I mean, at this case, you could do an iron condor or just a barbell. Just in the sense, find a range, which again, the iron condor, you could pretty much accomplish that with cap gains and lower premium. But like, it does seem like we're getting a vibe of, at this point, it's either going to break up or down in one direction. And I say that because it is a midterm. The midterm years just have a little bit more volatility. But you have stubbornly stayed in this range for quite some time. Which again, this was just what happened last year. It wasn't till like end of the year that this started to, end of February, early March. That's where we started moving out of here. That's what's crazy, because like, I know this feels a certain way and there's so much going on, but like, we legitimately did the same exact thing last year. I don't know. I guess last year you just had more policy. It seemed more exciting last year, but like, you were in the same exact little box all the way up until the end of February. So that's where we are now. I mean, we're still, I guess we got another week, but it is kind of interesting where we're at right now. Yeah, so 5 minutes till Trump. I mean, again, they sold it off in anticipation. Now you're back at VWAP. You're like right where this all started with the Supreme Court, to be honest. I don't know. I think he's going to be late. I feel like if he's on time, is that more bearish? He goes right on the dot. Everybody's waiting for this, bro. Ay, ay, ay. Yes, brought to you by the thermal blanket. I thought you guys would enjoy that. You know, stay safe out there. I think that when I bring the meditation music back, I'm gonna put the what's it called? I'm gonna put the like a gong. If you want to buy a gong, I don't know who sells them, but I'm sure somebody does. You know, or maybe like a sound healing bowl. I don't know if you're into that. We could cut to the sponsorship right before long-term monthly. When he comes, I don't feel like he's gonna come out like 20 minutes late. He might even come an hour late. You know, the Supreme Court took months to decide. I could take 30 minutes. Oh. Dog, crazy. Crazy. Well, welcome to history, chat. You know, whether this gets appealed or not, this is gonna go down as definitely a turning point. That's why, just in the middle of it, there's still a lot to digest. Yeah, so Caroline, she said 12:45. We're gonna find out though. I just don't know how accurate it's gonna be. I think now would be a good time to read over it. Yeah, it was literally learning resources versus Trump. Layering resources. 170 pages. The question is whether International Economic Emergency Powers Act authorizes the president to impose tariffs. Shortly after taking office, President Trump sought to address two foreign threats: an influx of illegal drugs from Canada, Mexico, and China. The presidential proclamation, yibbity bobbity boop. The president determined that the drug influx had created a public health crisis, and that the trade deficits had led to hollowing out of American manufacturing, and deeming that president declared a national emergency as to both threats and deeming them unusual and extraordinary, and invoked an authority under IEEPA to respond. He imposed tariffs to deal with each threat. As to the drug trafficking, imposed 25% duty. Let's see, petitioner Leering Resources and respondents filed against IEEPA. So that's who brought the case in the lower court. Leering Resources. Learning. I I can't even say learning properly anymore. You know that? 2 small businesses sued the District Court of Columbia. The court denied the government's motion to transfer the case to the United States Court of International Trade and granted the plaintiff's motion for a preliminary injunction. The VOS selection plaintiffs, 5 small businesses in 12 states, sued the CIT. The court granted summary judgment for the plaintiffs. And the Federal Circuit, citing NBank, affirmed the relevant part, concluded that IEEPA's grant to authority to regulate importation did not authorize to challenge tariffs, which are unbounded in scope, of amount, and duration. Yeah, IEEPA does not authorize the president to impose tariffs. The judgment number 24-1287 is vacated, and the case remanded with instructions to dismiss for lack of jurisdiction. Taxes and duties. Dude, I say it, layering, bro. Layering resources. All right, coming back up a little bit. Where's where's our Chinese friends? Chilling. All right, well, Spy's coming up. It's 12:45, homeboy. Oh shit, they're already live. At least they turned on the camera in the press briefing room. There's people in there. Damn, so you're gonna have President Trump from the press briefing room. I feel like if it's bearish if he's on time. He's already a minute late, but like, no, I feel like if he shows, where's this motherfucker showing up on time?
Okay, can you bring my mic up? I'll give one more mic check. I'm gonna give you guys one more mic check. Microphone check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mic check. You guys good in MC? Check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Microphone check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, they're good.
Okay, when will it stop?
What's your plan? I do. Check you if you're trying to talk to me, speak up.
I'm reading through the Supreme Court thing.
Jocelyn's position.
Okay, well, 5 minutes behind. Again, it's not. How many times have you? You've only had it a couple times where Trump addresses from the press briefing room. So this one's a big one. This one is a big one, my friends. Yeah, so even in the opinion, Kavanaugh's the only one who mentioned refunds. But literally, he directly mentions the Treasury. The court's decision is not likely to greatly restrict presidential tariff authority going forward, but the court decision is likely to generate other serious practical consequences in the near term. One issue will be refunds. Refunds of billions of dollars would have significant consequences for the U.S. Treasury. The court says nothing today about whether, and if so, how the government should go about returning the billions of dollars that is collected. So yeah, even that statement alone, he's one of the dissenters, but that directly implies that they're refunding, that they're going to have to refund the money. How is the question? Especially, he was even earlier in his opinion, he states about about some people already passed on the cost to consumers and all that other stuff. A lead plaintiff, says that Trump's Supreme Court opportunity is an opportunity for everyone to take a breath and think about what's important. Thank you, lead plaintiff. Tariffs at issue here may or may not be wise policy, but as a matter of text, history, and precedent, they are clearly lawful. I respectfully dissent. That's the final word on the statement. It's like the last page of the document. Who's the other one? They put Kavanaugh at the end. Dog, he wrote 40 pages? Man, y'all were tripping about reading a book? He wrote 40 pages to respectfully dissent. Like, actually. Hello. False alarm? Well, that's Kaylee.
Are you on the phone with him?
Yeah, but I'll throw back there.
All right, you're back. Literally, it gets announced right here. You dump down, and you're like now 2 points, like 0.2 away from where this all came out. Let's go. I think late is bullish. Telling you, bro. Early is bearish. Late is bullish. 'Cause again, if he just came out right away, bro, that would insinuate a lot more panic and aggressiveness. Oh yeah, Unity Roblox competition from one-shot AI apps. Rourke Max AI. Oh. What the fuck, dude? They got little Philips Hue lights? You see that? What the fuck are they doing? I've never seen this. No, bro. I get the ooh. Look at it. They got fucking neon lights. This is definitely to appeal to the younger generation during midterms. This has to be. Bro, they got neon purple lights in the background. Ambient lighting, dog, in the... What? Here, bro. Damn, bro. Disco. So funny.
Evan. Seriously, let me know if something starts. Cap. Is it set to auto white?
Did they not do that on purpose? That's what I can't tell. What if that was just an accident? They're like, we went to make it off-white. Kind of looks scary. I mean, it kind of looks like a casino. It looks like a lounge. This is the White House press briefing lounge. Thumbs up, baby. Yeah, bro, the Bulls music. Yo, for real, bro.
Baltimore.
I could easily, bro. Easily. That's what it feels like, dog. I can see it. I can see it.
Good.
It's a dud, they announced. Maybe that's why you already got the bid up. I see the New York Times stuff, but remember, this is Donald Trump. So they definitely have a readout, or if he puts something. But all of the readouts sound like what we were talking about months ago. I think it's just going to be a matter of the off-the-cuff. Off-the-cuff and perceptional intensity. And now, for the United States tariffs, Donald J. Trump! And the opposing team, with 1,800 employees serving 80 countries, they oppose the tariffs. They love the liberal judges. The Learning Resources Incorporated. I can see it. I can see it. That's what we should do, bro. Honestly, we about to turn into idiocracy. Now that I think about it, because that would be so much more entertaining. So yeah, they're saying, New York Times saying across the board. That's a lot. Again, you have the CNN, the Wall Street Journal, and a couple of others. We have a general idea. I got 99 problems, but a tariff ain't one. I got 99 problems, but tariffs ain't Section 121. What?
Nick. What do you get? What do you get? What?
I Got 99 problems, but 301 ain't one. Oh, wait, that's another. Wait, 301. Okay, you get it. Do you like the thumbnail? I don't know. If I keep it, you guys got to make sure you don't get confused. You want me to show you the other one? I'll just do it on Monday, and then you guys will have to decide. But yeah, I appreciate you. This may actually be the real Liberation Day. Yes and no. This just, again, just remember what happened last time. Remember last year, I can't stress this enough. It may not be the, remember, Liberation Day was the end of it. That's what a lot of people just keep forgetting about. So remember, leading into it, we were dumping at the end of February, beginning of March. This is when he was like 10%, okay, 20, now 50, now 80. Nope, now Canada, now Mexico. You guys remember that. That's what happened last year. And that's what, so this is definitely the start of something. But, you know, as far as the uncertainty, the answers, that's kind of what we got to wait on. Well, guys, unfortunately, your tariffs are delayed by the Supreme Court. You could bring that up in the appeal. Say, not only was your Supreme Court decision egregious and unlike any other to interpret these powers as taxes, that you have also led to a delaying of philo, as we have now awaited the release of Donald Trump's reaction. It's bullshit. So yeah, man, you're gonna have to delay the the philo, fuck. Yeah, they're recirculating the New York Times. Again, they're saying that Trump is gonna impose a broad across-the-board tariff on trading partners. Market kind of reacting. So again, that means if you're not understanding it, that would be Section 122. Section 122 would be a temporary, I believe, 115 days or something, or 100 days, where they're going to issue a 15% tariff on everybody. That's how it works. You can't say you go backwards, you get zero, you get reciprocals. Reciprocal tariffs won't exist. It would be 15% on everybody, and that's one of them. That's not the 301s or the other one. Which ones are there? I have the list for you, brethren. So yeah, 122 was a maximum of 15% for 150 days across everybody. No investigation required, and it's actually never been invoked before, believe it or not. That's a fun fact. And then Section 338 of the 1930 Tariff Act would be a maximum tariff of 50% to address unreasonable trade practices. No investigation required. This has never been invoked before. Section 301 of the 1974 Trade Act, no limit to address unfair trade practices. Investigation required, and the Trump has used this before. And then Section 232, 1962 Trade Expansion Act, no limit on tariffs to address threats to national security. Investigation required. Trump has used this before. So yeah, Section 338. 338 is the big outcome, and then 122 is the basic quick one. But again, Section 338, you could do 50% on unreasonable trade practices with zero investigation required. But that, no one's ever done it before. Isn't that, let me verify that. But I'm pretty sure that's correct. Crowd Anthropic competition making frontier cybersecurity capabilities available to defenders. Oh, shit. Yeah, Pinduoduo, that's the best one out of all of them, man. Crowd is dying on that. Yeah. Historically, it has never been used to actually impose additional duties. It is described as the long-forgotten or dormant power. No president has pulled the trigger on Section 338. There were several instances in 1930 where it was used as a diplomatic threat. But yeah, it's never been used. Well, there you go. So yeah, That would have to be a whole nother secure. But that again, this section is actually, that one's like clearly explained as far as presidential powers. And again, you don't need an investigation. So if Trump says 50, you could do it. That's what I think you're going to hear. That one, the easy one, the quick one, that 122. That's what I was expecting. That one's even more modern. That's from 1974. The other one's 1933. But again, the other one gives him 50 for. Yo, what? Did they adjust the cameras? They had to adjust the camera lighting. It looks way brighter now. The other one looked kind of dope. About setting a framework outlined by Congress. Yeah, exactly. And they want it to be congressional. But Trump pretty much arguing that Congress too slow, too small, all that. So I'm sure he's going to lean into whatever leverage bag he could have to again, you know, these China, Canada, Mexico, he wants to be able to invoke that immediately. But now the only tools he has in his bag, 50% from Section 338 and then 15% temporarily from Section 122. The other ones have no limit. So Section 301 has no limit, and then Section 232 has no limit on how high he could go. But he has to have an investigation. You need approval.
How much time's left? That's why we're waiting.
That's why we're waiting. Shut the fuck up. Okay, so you don't understand. This is Tariff Day. Complaining on Tariff Day. The Supreme Court just rejected the biggest thing in the last 12 months in the president's trade policy that caused the Liberation Day, and everybody freaking out. And you complaining on T-Day? The tariff. Well, I mean, again, Judge Kavanaugh, he talks about the tariff refund, but the court didn't address it. But the implication is that it's going to get sent to the lower court, and then it's gonna they have to refund it. If you didn't have the power to collect it, you don't have the power to keep it. And then the other dilemma that, you know, most people should be aware of is that you already had the court, or you already had companies pass the cost on to consumers. So yeah, you have to refund it, but now what? Like, do we all get a refund then, or if you could have any recourse to say that the cost? It's a very odd one. Does the importer pay it? The final seller? So, and they addressed how it's messy, but they don't really have an answer for it. All right, I'm gonna go get a carbo. You know that? This is, yeah, now they all shut up. Is he coming out soon? What? This is exciting. I'm excited, you guys. Finally, let's get some action, bro. Let's get us out of the range. Spy's coming back to where all this started when we got the announcement that he was going to come on live.
According to OpenAI, we do not stand.
Kevin, how much time left?
Got it. I'll go with that. All right. I'm glad AI consulted.
Oh, okay.
Damn it! He's not on.
There's only one of them.
There is only one, you're right.
How much time? 30 seconds. In the game? Yeah.
I don't know, man. Pinduoduo, they're saying something. I think you could imply, worst case scenario, section 330 or whatever, they're going to get 50% max at worst case. Again, right now they're at 1 something. Master P, not Master T. No limit tariffs. Make them say tax, tax, to tariff tax, to tariff tax. Make them say tax. That's how the Supreme Court interpreted it. Sad. Yeah. They say 30 seconds. Honestly, I'm just so happy there's so many people who are like bald in the back of their head. You know that? I feel like I fit in. That's me right there. You know that? Actually, I'm more like, is that Steve Leisman? But you know, I feel, bro. You're starving? You guys don't have headphones? You guys like, I want to go to the gym, but this is happening. I'm starving, but I can't step away. Like, you don't have a mobile phone that could take this with you? That's amazing. Again, right now the market's waiting. I'll scream, but last time I screamed of a move, they scammed us on the dailies. But the Pinduoduo, we were very fucking early on that, so I'm glad. Again, we were before this little. We were right here, dog. Pinduoduo was great. Well, that's what I'm saying. They're Temu Americans. I mean, my girl fucking buys shit off Temu. Crowd is still dumping on that little cybersecurity thing with the quad. Make them say tax, tax, the tariff tax. I like that one. I know you guys, YouTube is, they've been fucking with us, man. So I don't know why, but a lot of people, even if I'm on multi-gigabyte internet, it keeps lagging, you guys. So I apologize, but it's out of my control. They're even doing it to the people paying for the locked in. So I love you, though. But, you know, it sucks because we got this info even all today very, very early. And some people are still waking up, too, bro. I understand that, too. But, yeah, I don't know. Tell YouTube you want them to hook you up or stop being hoes. Otherwise, just bear with me. But yeah, I don't know why they do you like that, bro. Damn, crowd is still really dumping. Excuse me. So, isn't the fire great? Come on. As we stare at this empty room of bald people. Only a couple. I just see his looking at me. He's looking into my soul. The crib? I still got the farm, bro. I mean, we're working on planting some saffron and some other things. I've been renting it out for events and shit, so it's been generating some money. But yeah, we're getting ready on it. And then I said too, we're gonna do an event this year for some AI stuff for all the AI nerds and then the people who don't know about AI. I'd like for you guys to come out. Net's starting to drop on that. No way. So the crowd shit's starting to hit net, surprisingly. Check Fastly as well, too. Even MDB, if that's the case. Yeah. Maybe on Friday, you're starting to get cyber sell-off. I'm surprised. Net shouldn't be going down with that. Net and crowd are very different. Where are they at? It's setting the tone. Bro, so watch cybersecurity. Those are starting to react, though. I mean, again, we haven't had any AI scare all week, but if that starts to come into play, I mean, it's hitting crowd, it's hitting net, it's hitting a Palo Alto. Those are getting big now. Those are 5%. Crowd was the first one. You had the drop pop. You guys saw that from the first candle. And then again, we're still waiting on this. You're like right below now. Where again, it was like 903. So we were like right below there. You almost matched up to it. And then now it's coming back down. I don't know if Palantir, how they fit into that, to be honest. Your video keeps pausing. I don't know what it is, bro. Kind of whack. Let me see, though. I updated. I'm going to try to. I'm going to just fucking gas it, dude. I'm going to see. Usually, back in the day, it wouldn't help. But I'm going to stream on like 50 megabytes per second upload. I think 500. I just jacked up the bit rate, but usually that would lag the people. But we'll see if that fucks with YouTube. Again, a couple healthcare names going up, but it's still going down. Okay. It's not on loop. I'm surprised. They were all complaining too, but now everyone just got real quiet. Again, the market liked it when we were getting the New York Times updates. Again, you got worried on the anticipation. NYT comes in. We got to hear a little bit, but now we're just chilling at VWAP. And then you are reacting to this Google security news. Again, I'll say it's for the third, fourth time here. You got a CrowdStrike. They were reporting about AIs can now, like...
A lot of people.
Oh, there he is!
That's a new record. We set a record every time. Well, thank you very much for being here. The Supreme Court's ruling on tariffs is deeply disappointing, and I'm ashamed of certain members of the court, absolutely ashamed, for not having the courage to do what's right for our country. I'd like to thank and congratulate Justices Thomas, Alito, and Kavanaugh for their strength and wisdom and love of our country, which is right now very proud of those justices. When you read the dissenting opinions, there's no way that anyone can argue against them. There's no way. Foreign countries that have been ripping us off for years are ecstatic. They're so happy. And they're dancing in the streets, but they won't be dancing for long, that I can assure you. The Democrats on the court are thrilled, but they will automatically vote no. They're an automatic no, just like in Congress. They're an automatic no. They're against anything that makes America strong, healthy, and great again. They also are a, frankly, disgrace to our nation, those justices. They're an automatic no matter how good a case you have. It's a no. You can't knock their loyalty. It's one thing you can do with some of our people. Others think they're being politically correct, which has happened before far too often with certain members of this court.
Dog,
and
this
it's
is
happened
weird.
so often with this court. What a
You've
shame.
never seen him read
Having
from
to
the
do with
paper
voting
this
in
much.
particular.
Look at him.
When in fact they're just being
He ain't
fools
freestyling
and
this one.
lapdogs for the rhinos and the radical left Democrats, and not that this should have anything at all to do
Dude,
with
look
it.
at this.
They're very unpatriotic.
When was
and
the last time you
disloyal
saw
to
him
our
talk looking down?
Constitution. It's my opinion that the court has been swayed by foreign interests and a political movement that is far smaller than people would ever think. It's a small movement. I won by millions of
There you
votes.
see?
We won
That's
in
what
a
you're used to.
landslide. With all the cheating that went on, there was a lot of it. We still won in a landslide. Too big to rig. But these people are obnoxious, ignorant, and loud. They're very loud. And I think certain justices are afraid of that. They don't want to do the right thing. They're afraid of it. This was an important case to me, more as a symbol of economic national security, and also, I would say, just for our country itself, so
Man, the wire.
important. Because we're doing so well as a country. We've never done so well. The good news is that there are methods, practices, statutes, and authorities as recognized by the entire court in this terrible decision, and also as recognized by Congress, which they refer to, that are even stronger than the IEEPA tariffs available to me as President of the United States. And in actuality, I was very modest in my ask of other countries and businesses because I wanted to do, and it's very important, I wanted to be very well behaved.
See if he says section
Because I wanted
338.
to do anything, I didn't want to do anything that would affect the decision of the court. Because I understand the court. I understand how they're very easily swayed. I want to be a good boy. I have very effectively utilized tariffs over the past year to make America great again. Our stock market has just recently broken 50,000 on the Dow. And simultaneously, and even more amazingly, broken 7,000 on the S&P, two numbers that everybody thought upon our landslide election victory could not be attained. Think of that. Nobody thought it was possible to do it within 4 years, and we did it in 1 year. They said you'll never be able, you'll go back and you read the geniuses read their statements, all of the Nobel Prize winners in economics, they said, no, you couldn't do it in 4 years. Well, we didn't do it in 4 years. We did it in 1 year. We broke every record in the book, and we're continuing to do so. Tariffs have likewise been used to end 5 of the 8 wars that I settled. I settled 8 wars, whether you like it or not, including India, Pakistan, big ones, nuclear, could have been nuclear. Prime Minister of Pakistan said yesterday at the great meeting that we had, the Peace Board, he said yesterday that President Trump could have saved 35 million lives by getting us to stop fighting. They were getting ready to do some bad things. But they've given us great national security, these tariffs have. And together with our strong borders, reduced fentanyl coming into our country by 30%. When I use them as a penalty against countries illegally sending this poison into our country, poison our youth. All of those tariffs remain. They all remain. I don't know if you know that or not. They all remain. We're still getting them, and we will after the decision. Guess there's nobody left to appeal to. But again, those 3 people, such respect. I've had a lot of respect for them anyway, but such great respect. But other alternatives will now be used to replace the ones that the court incorrectly rejected. We have alternatives, great alternatives. Could be more money. We'll take in more money, and we'll be a lot stronger for it. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. We'll continue to do so. To show you how ridiculous the opinion is, however, the court said that I'm not allowed to charge even $1. I can't charge $1. Can't charge $1.
Can't charge
I would have used
$1.
1 penny, but we don't make the pennies anymore. We save money. Can't charge $1 to any country under IEPA. Not $1. I assume to protect other countries. This must have been done to protect those other countries, certainly not the United States of America, which they should be interested in protecting. That's what they're supposed to be protecting. But I am allowed to cut off any and all trade or business with that same country. In other words, I can destroy the trade.
Oh,
I can destroy the country. I'm
Algo
even
didn't
allowed
like
to
that for a
impose a
second.
foreign country destroying embargo. I can embargo.
So he can
I
embargo.
can do anything I want, but I can't charge $1. Because that's not what it says.
I don't know if he doesn't
And
say
that's
the
not the way
exact
it even
tariff.
reads.
That's going
I
to
can
still
do
be
anything
kind of
I want
in
to
the
do
air.
to them, but I can't charge any money. So I'm allowed to destroy the country, but I can't charge them a little fee. I could give them a little 2-cent fee, but I cannot charge under any circumstances. I cannot charge them anything. Think of that. How ridiculous is that? I'm allowed to embargo them. I'm allowed to tell them you can't do business in the United States anymore. We want you out of here. But if I want to charge them $10, I can't do that. It's incorrect. Their decision's incorrect. But it doesn't matter because we have very powerful
Conspiracy's
alternatives
saying
that
it,
have
but
been
it doesn't seem
approved
like
by
he's
this
gonna do
decision.
it, but
you know, they've been approved
at
by
least
the
you know
decision.
one weapon in his
For
pocket.
those that thought they had us. And they're saying that I have the absolute right to license, but not the right to charge a license fee. So think of that. I have the right to license. It's a very powerful word. In many ways, license is more powerful than tariffs. In fact, I was thinking about using it. But they came up with the idea that I can license, just like the people that were opposing me told them to do, but not the right to charge a license fee. Think of that. Who ever heard of such a thing? What license has ever been issued without the
So
right
he's
to charge a
starting with
fee?
like the
You get a
extreme
license,
things
you
he
charge a
can't
fee.
do.
It's
But
automatic.
he's not. I don't
Not
think he's
with
implying
this
he's going to
court.
do it, but
But now the court
Then
has
again, he
given me
charged
the
180.
unquestioned right to ban all sorts of things from coming into our country, to destroy foreign countries. But a much more powerful right than many people ever thought we even had, but not the right to charge a fee. How crazy is that? Our country is the hottest country anywhere in the world right now.
why do you
And
have
it was
to
a
read
dead
that, bro?
country 1.5 years
Yeah,
ago
this is
under
your
an
line, Doc.
incompetent president. But now I'm going to go in a different direction, probably the direction that I should have gone the first time, but I read the language. I'm very good at reading language, and it read our way 100%, but now I'll go the way I could have gone originally, which is even stronger than our original choice. As Justice Kavanaugh, whose stock has gone so well, you have to see, I'm so proud of him,
Kavanaugh
wrote
stock.
in his dissent, although I firmly disagree with the court's holding today, the decision might not substantially constrain a president's ability to order tariffs going forward. So, think of that. The decision might not substantially constrain. And it doesn't, he's right. In fact, I can charge much more than I was charging. So I'm going to just start. Although I firmly disagree with the court's holding today, the decision might not substantially constrain a president's ability to order tariffs going forward. That's because numerous other federal statutes, which is so true, authorize the president to impose tariffs and might justify most, if not all,
that he's
of
talking
the
about
tariffs
the nuclear option
issued in this case. Even more tariffs, actually. Those statutes include, think of that, those statutes include, for example, the Trade Expansion Act of 1962, Section 232. All of these things I know so well. The Trade Act of 1974, Sections 122, 201, 301. And the Tariff Act of 1930, Section 338. All clear.
Yeah, there you go.
But it's a little bit longer process. I thought I'd make things simple.
It's okay. Now he put the real options on the table.
Thank Justice Kavanaugh.
Started with the nuclear, then he gave those. Those are all the ones we talked about prior. Again, everybody knows this.
Proud of that appointment. In actuality, while I am sure that they did not mean to do so, the Supreme Court's decision today made a president's ability to both regulate trade and impose tariffs more powerful and more crystal clear rather than less. I don't think they meant that. I'm sure they didn't. It's terrible.
Takeaway is 50%
And to
that you can
think
do quickly.
that the Democrats who oppose this only because they want to go the opposite way. They'd like to pack the court. They
And
want to
then
put
now
on
you might
21
get Trump
people. They
threatens
want
to
pack the
embargo
court,
somebody in the next
pack
6
the
months.
Supreme Court. Maybe they should do it. Maybe they would be better off if they did it. They want to pack the court. They want to do anything to hurt our country. There will no longer be any doubt, and the income coming in and the protection of our companies and country will actually increase because of this decision. I don't think the court meant that, but it's the way it is. Based on long-standing law and hundreds of victories, and even, as I was pointed out before, even thousands of victories over the years, to the contrary, the Supreme Court did not overrule tariffs. They merely overruled a particular use of IEEPA tariffs. And essentially, it's used to get a fee. I can do anything I want with IEEPA, anything. I just can't charge anybody for it.
Yeah, you're starting to rip
I
now.
can license, I just can't charge them. It's ridiculous, but it's okay because we have other ways, numerous other ways. The ability to block, embargo, restrict, license, or impose any other condition on a foreign country's ability to conduct trade with the United States under IEEPA has been fully confirmed by this decision. So now there's no doubt, because, you know, there were a lot of questions about tariffs because no president was smart enough to use them to protect our country from those countries and businesses that were ripping us off. You took a look at the deficits that we had with some of these countries. It was disgraceful what they got away with for many, many decades. But now we know, because this decision affirms all those things that some people weren't sure
So now
about.
it's just high stakes.
In order
trade
to protect,
negotiations?
and it says so, in order to protect our country, a president can actually charge more tariffs than I was charging in the past period of a year under the various tariffs.
It ripped when he
authorities.
said
So
the
we
other
can
sections.
Use
'Cause
other
then that
of
way
the
you don't have to worry
statutes,
about fucking
other
up the
of
treasury to
tariff
give the money
authorities,
back.
which have also been confirmed.
And then, granted, he could probably threaten
and are fully
embargoes
allowed.
if people want to act crazy.
Therefore, effective immediately, all national security tariffs under Section 232 and existing Section 301 tariffs, they're existing, they're there,
Crowd was a
remain in place,
Claude
fully in place,
cybersecurity warning thing.
and in full force and effect. Today I will sign an order to impose a 10% global tariff under Section 122, over and
10%
above
on everybody,
our normal
temporary.
tariffs already being charged.
So everybody just got
We're
tariffed.
also initiating several Section 301 and other investigations to protect
So
our
they're
country
starting the investigation
from unfair
process
trading
on the rest of
practices
them.
of other countries and companies. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and I say quite simply, which I've said for a long time, make America great again. And interestingly, we've already made it great, so I don't have to use that, but I don't think we'll ever give up on MAGA. MAGA is always going to be with us. If you have
I don't
few
know, though.
questions,
It
you
doesn't
can
seem, I
let
want to
us
take
know.
one, but I
But
don't
just to
think
end,
it
so
doesn't 10%'s
we're
fucking
going
nothing.
forward, we will be able to
compared
take
to
in
what we went
more
through.
money, and there'll no
So
longer be
I
doubt,
don't know.
'cause
You
there's
got the
always doubt.
candle, and it's on everybody
I know
now.
the people
but,
that brought the
and that's
lawsuit,
without any resolution
and,
on the other
sleazebags,
stuff.
major sleazebags, but I know them. And
Yeah, I
they're
don't think that's going to
foreign
be as
country
bearish, as sad as that
centric.
sounds.
They were sending things into our country.
That's what I'm saying.
and the
Pindo,
people
watch Pindo do on
representing
Baba.
them knew full well, but they were sending things into our country.
He said on top of what we're
and they
charging,
were
but then the
beneficial to
implication is
other
what we're
countries,
charging
but
is going to
very,
go away.
Very bad for us, and I stopped it, and we'll just keep it going. So we have we have a totally firm decision now, and I don't think the court meant it, because the court doesn't show great spirit toward our country, in my opinion. A lot of
just say
bad
great
decisions,
wisdom.
but there are usually ways around it. This is something we could have done, as Justice Kavanaugh said, we could have done this originally, but we're doing it now, and the numbers could be far greater than the hundreds of billions we've already taken in. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr.
President Trump.
Mr. President, I'm very curious. You've
I didn't
spoken
call
about
you in the red.
Thank you so much, Mr.
I
President.
didn't call you.
Justice Thomas and Alito, as you know, are the most conservative constitutional justices. Do you think that you'll get to appoint 2 more justices later this term with similar ideologies? And what type of vetting process will they go through to ensure they uphold
I don't know, but
the
they're great
Constitution?
justices. That's all I can say. And I hope they're going to be around a long time. I hope they're going to stay healthy. They're great.
So yeah, they're
people.
going to launch
great.
the other
And Justice Alito,
investigations too.
To add to the group, these are great men.
Right.
They're with a great love of our country and a great understanding of the law.
Mr. President, are you going to ask Congress to take additional action on tariffs now? Have you
No, I don't
spoken
need to. It's already been approved. I mean, I would ask Congress and probably get it. When people look at the real numbers, and you look at hundreds of billions of dollars that have come into our country. Yesterday, I was at a steel plant, as you know, and went to great place, great plant, great, wonderful people. And they were telling me, I said to them, if you were there, a lot of the press in this room, of course, I don't think this plane's big enough to take the press in this room, but a lot of the press right here, we were in Georgia, and I said to the owner, I made a speech at a factory. They make steel products, and I said, how are you? Nice to meet you. How's business? President, I'd love to kiss you. This is a very powerful man. I don't want to be kissed by that man, but a very powerful, strong man. He's been in the steel business for many years. His father started it. And he said, sir, I want to kiss you. I said, why? He said, because
Why?
we were down to working 1 hour a week, and then you came in and imposed tariffs, and all of that foreign junk that they were dropping into our country stopped. And we're now going to double shifts, 7 days a week, and we may be very soon going to 24 hours around the clock, almost 7 days a week. He said, sir, I want to kiss you so badly. And I said, no, thank you. But you know what? He just to finalize it, he said, oh, this is a great place in Georgia. He said, all up and down the highway, same exact answer, sir. We're all going out of business. We're going to go bankrupt. We're all going out of business. And now every one of us are thriving, and we're hiring people like we haven't. He said, like I've never, and he's been in business for, I think, 45 years, like we've never hired before. That's because of tariffs. And we're going to keep it going the same way. And you're going to start to see the results in a year from now when all those factories start that are under construction right now. You see all the construction numbers are so good. Those construction workers are building factories that are going to be open, including not only AI, which is big, but car plants coming in from Canada, who ripped us off for 30% of our market. Mexico ripped us off for a big portion. Over the years, they've taken our market. They've taken our cars. They manufacture them in Japan, Germany, and all over the place because nobody's standing in this position. The position I have as President of the United States had the insight, the courage, well, I don't know what it is, to charge tariffs. You can make your product outside. You can put our people out of business.
Not a
you can
recommendation.
put everybody on the unemployment rolls. But if you're going to make a car in some other country, you're going to pay a 15, 20, 30% tariff. And those things would have never happened. We wouldn't have lost our business. Same thing with, as an example, Taiwan. Taiwan came in. They stole our chip business. They make chips.
I think Intel is
30 years longer they made chip.
Yeah, and they're moving up here.
They put
I think
our
the others started the process.
companies.
But
Intel would be now the
again,
largest company.
The bullish
I
part is
saved
that you
Intel.
have 10%
I literally
tariffs, you
saved
guys.
it at the beginning
That's
of
not a lot.
this administration.
To put it
And
into
now
perspective,
all those
nothing.
companies in Taiwan
But again,
are
the
building
market's still
factories
kind of held back.
in Arizona, Texas.
It's just
and various
operating
other
very
places
slow still.
because they don't want to pay tariffs.
But that's the
They're all
answer. You
pouring
got to,
into
for
the
now,
United
you got to be
States.
careful. But it's
But
going to
just
take
like
time
that
to get the
great
other
Patriot
shit.
said
We're going to
yesterday,
find out and then pray to
"Sir,
God he
what
doesn't
you've
embargo
done,
China.
nobody
That's-
thought was
or
possible."
Mexico.
And Steve Moore, a highly respected economist, came into my office yesterday. He said, "You've done something nobody's ever done." 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics said we would right now be in a recession. And you said, no, we're going to have a booming country. We're going to have a booming country. You were right.
I saved
All
Intel.
22 were wrong.
Says Trump.
And you were right. This country is booming. And it's booming because of the election on November 5th. And it's booming for another reason. It's
I hit the
booming
wire.
because
I
of
saved
tariffs. Yeah,
Intel
please,
at the
go ahead.
beginning of the administration. Thank you, Don.
What was said ahead of this decision that if the Supreme Court ruled...
Thank you, Mr. President. What will you say to foreign nations who seek to renegotiate their deals? And what did you mean a moment ago when you said that the Supreme Court has been swayed by foreign interests?
Well, I think that foreign interests are represented by people that I believe have undue influence. They have a lot of influence over the Supreme Court, whether it's through fear or respect or friendships, I don't know. But I know some of the people that were involved on the other side, and I don't like them. I think they're real slime balls. And got to do what's right for the country. You got to do what's right for the Constitution. That's why I respect so much Justice Thomas and Alito, Kavanaugh, because they not only dissented, their
Captain
dissent is so
Save
strong.
Intel.
When you read their dissent, you know, a lot of times you'll read a dissent and it's like, well, you don't know, it could go either way. There's no other way. The good news is, it's like Justice Kavanaugh said, very strongly said, you have other ways you can go. You don't have to go that way. You can
There you
go
go.
other
He's-
way. There are numerous
he's off of
other
the
ways
paper now.
you can go. And frankly, this should have been done by presidents many years ago. They allowed our country to be eaten alive. We lost 50% of our car business. We used to make cars. We made all the cars. And then Mexico came, Canada came, Japan and Germany. But they're all coming back now. They're all coming back at record levels.
Yeah, 122 is temporary as well.
Please, please.
So that he didn't even go to the max of 122. Keep that in mind.
I don't
So
talk-
he said
I don't talk to
10%. The
CNN.
max is
It's fake
15.
news. Go ahead.
Mr. President, yesterday you made the case that the
And then he said he's going to
hottest
start
it's
the
been in a long
investigations
time.
on the other
January
one. Their
jobs
max
report
is
beat
50.
Expectations, CPI report beat expectations.
Very low,
real wages are
just
up.
compared to what you've
What
already
would you tell Americans
grunted
who are
to
worried
get up
that
here?
this decision will kind of throw the economy that you have projected going in the right direction at a very rapid pace off track?
Well, thank you for the question. And I will say this. We really are at a very important point. I've been waiting for this decision so long. They could have made this decision a long time ago. Not complex. They're wrong on it. It's a ridiculous decision. But they should have released this a long time ago. We
They're
waited
silly.
months. And that gave uncertainty. Now we have certainty. And I think you're going to see the country get much stronger because of it. Look, we were ripped off by
Now we have
every
certainty. I
country
think
in the world.
everybody
If you
could
look at
agree
the
with that
surpluses,
somewhat.
Almost every country in the world that did business with us, our people were stupid. And I blame presidents for it because they're ultimately
Look at
the
the
leader.
hands.
We were being ripped off by almost every single country in the world had some massive surpluses. China had hundreds of billions of dollars in surpluses with the United States. They rebuilt China. They rebuilt the army. We built China's army by allowing that to happen. I have a great relationship with President Xi, but he respects our country now. Now, what we've done, I charged China a 20% tariff as a penalty for sending fentanyl in. And that was 20 times more than they could make by selling fentanyl. And I said, you know, at some point you're going to say, like, and they have reduced it. You know, fentanyl is down by more than 30% coming into our country. Part of that is a strong border. We have a strong border now. But thank you. Thank you for your question.
Mr. President, sir, you warned once in a social media post that if the Supreme Court did this, shot down your tariffs, the U.S. would be, quote, financially defenseless. Are we financially defenseless right now?
No, because we're doing something in a different way. We're doing something in a very powerful way. And we're using things that some people thought we should have used in the first place. But it's more complicated. It's a little more complicated. The process takes a little more time. But the end result is going to get us more money. And I think it's going to be great. Yeah, please. Peter, go ahead.
He's going to do Section 232.
Since Liberation Day, there's about
we just don't have the details yet on the
$175 billion
investigations.
in tariff revenue that is now in limbo. Do you have to refund $175 billion?
Think of it, Peter. Very fair question. They take months and months to write an opinion, and they don't even discuss that point. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars, not millions.
They didn't even talk about it.
Of dollars. And so I said, well, what happens to all the money that we took in? It wasn't discussed. Wouldn't you think they would have put one sentence in there saying that keep the money or don't keep the money, right? I guess it has to get litigated for the next 2 years.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
So they write this
stupid,
terrible,
bro.
defective.
That's what I was telling you guys from the
totally
morning. It's going to take 2 years.
It's almost like
18
not
months,
written
really.
By smart people.
Year and a half.
And what they do, they don't even talk about that. Your question is very basic. That was the first question I asked also to make you feel good. They say, what about all the money that we've taken in? Sir, they don't discuss that. How crazy is that?
What you're saying is, are you saying that you don't plan to honor refunds for companies that file for them?
I just told you the answer, right? I told you the answer. It's not discussed. We'll end up being in court for the next 5 years. Go ahead, Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. When you are talking about the relationship with countries that you have sought trade deals with, do you anticipate that they will seek to renegotiate those? What do you say to them? And do you view this as a potential undermining power for your
we're
negotiations?
going straight ahead with 10% straight across the board, which was the absolute right to do. And
Which, again, that's below the
maximum. That's a lot of
maximum.
money coming into our country.
That's why, again, we've been
then
running
during
since
that
then.
period of about 5 months, we are doing the various investigations necessary to put fair tariffs or tariffs, period, on other countries. So we're doing that period, but we're immediately instituting the 10% provision, which we're allowed to do. And in the end, I think we'll take in more money than we've taken in before.
President, you've used the tariff revenue to pay for a host of federal policies. You claim that they will pay for them. What happens
Well,
to
like
those
the
things?
farmers, we took care of farmers. You know, the farmers were mistreated by foreign countries very badly, very, very badly. And last week I gave them $12 billion out of tariff money. We intend to, out of tariff money, because just so you understand, we have tariffs. We just have them in a different way. And now they've been confirmed by the Supreme Court of the United States. So there's no longer that question out there about tariffs. And we'll be taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. And countries that have treated us badly will have to pay a price for treating us badly. And countries that have been good to us will be treated very well. We just left the top person in a place called Vietnam, just left my office. Great gentleman, strong and smart. He said, you know, I think this means you're allowed to charge us more tariffs than before. And Canada said...
Check the Nikes on that?
Jameson.
Oh, no, they're going to take that.
But Canada said,
but they're all coming up.
I hope you win this decision, because if you don't win, you'll actually be allowed to charge us, with a little additional work, higher tariffs. Jameson, you want to comment on that?
Greer? Yes, sir. So, to the President's point, we have a lot of tools out there. We have Section 122, which will be implemented today, will be signed today and implemented very shortly. We have Section 301 investigations, which are incredibly legally durable, where we can investigate and address unfair trading practices that have led to our huge trade deficit.
Okay, 301 has no limit either.
Seeing all of that come out, and we're going to keep continuity in the program. We're going to keep addressing this, the deficit going down, that's the trend it has, and we can make America great again.
No.
They're not leaning into 338.
Several of
301 has
Republicans in
no
Congress
limit
have
on how
supported
far. You
this,
just got to do the
decision by the
investigation.
Supreme Court. And Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader, has called you a wannabe king. Why wouldn't
him a low IQ?
But why wouldn't
he doesn't even know? And I watched him the other day interview. The guy doesn't even know what a tariff is.
But there's been bipartisan criticism
No, not bipartisan.
of the tariff.
Excuse me.
There's several
A few
Republicans
people.
have said that.
Yeah,
But
a
why
few people.
wouldn't you just work with Congress to come up with a plan?
I don't have to.
To push tariffs
I have the
through?
right to do tariffs, and I've always had the right to do tariffs, and it's all been approved by Congress, so there's no reason to do it. All we're doing is we're going through a little bit more complicated process, not complicated very much, but a little more complicated than what we had. We'll be able to take in tariffs, more tariffs, and the Congress people and the Congress.
Down the Canadian tariffs last week.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
been votes
you
in the
know why?
Senate against it.
Yeah, because we lost 2 Republicans or 3 Republicans because they're not good Republicans. What you don't say, you don't say that we got 215 votes.
You need 218 for something to pass.
Yeah, sure we do. We might have lost 3 votes, and we got. And what was the score on the Republican side? 215 to 3, right? But you don't say that. We have great unity. There's great unity in the Republican Party, and I hope everyone's going to vote Republican, because otherwise you won't have a country left. Because these people have been destroying. They are destroying our country. Please.
Mr. President, the 122 tariffs, that 10%.
Yeah.
Is that going to be for 150 days, or do you want to charge that indefinitely?
We have a right to do pretty much what we want to do, but we're going to charge it starting effectively. I think it's 3 days from now. Yeah, please.
3 days
Mr. President,
from now.
you speak to a lot of
Front
factory
run.
workers, a lot of manufacturing workers. What does the Supreme Court ruling say? What's that message to those factory workers?
Well, I think the factory workers are happy because we're now telling them that they're going to look. The man I met with yesterday, who owned a factory, was out of business. He was out of business, and now he's employing 5 times. In fact, I walked in. He's got a brand new crane. I said, "How old is that crane?" We got it in December. He's allowed to write it off in 1 minute. The Great Big Beautiful Act gave no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. He said this great big beautiful bill, frankly, has been the best thing that's ever happened for the workers of the, much more so than for rich people. The only thing it does for rich people, it allows them to hire a lot more people. But when I saw him, and then he said, it's all up and down the line. This is a place in Georgia, all up and down. Other factories doing different, not only steel products, different. He said, every one of us was out of business. We could barely make it. Some of them were down to less than an hour a week. Think of it, 1 hour a week to make just a few little trinkets or whatever they make. Now they're going round the clock. I had it a month ago. I went to Michigan, went to Ford, and I met with Bill Ford, the head of Ford, and we were in one of the biggest plants, an original plant from the early 1900s, where, by the way, I might add this, it's not really relevant, but it's all relevant. Murders are down the lowest since 1900, around the time that he had this plant. That's 125 years we have the lowest murder rate. Okay, and our crime is way down in the country. The factories that we're talking about, the people that we're talking about, they are so thrilled with Trump. So whether we charge IEEPA tariffs or whether we charge tariffs under a different section, that's what we're going to be doing. There's no way we can this is what happened to our country. This is why we owe $38 trillion, which we'll get rid of in pretty good course. We have a very incompetent Fed chairman who likes high interest rates. For political reasons, he likes them. But we're going to have somebody very good. Interest rates should come down very substantially. I think we should pay the lowest interest rates on the planet. There should be no country, and we don't do that. We're number 38. This is just bad policy for a long period of time. But what's happened is we've made America strong again. We've made America great again. We should pay. As an example, the country of Switzerland, we were getting almost no tariffs from them. We had a $40 billion deficit. And the prime minister called me up. She said, but we are a small country, because I said we're going to raise it to 39% from nothing. That would have rendered them not very successful, as opposed to right now they're considered elite. But if we put a tariff, it would, and I realized then, she said, but sir, we are a small country. I said, you're a small country with a big deficit. For us, you're making a lot of money off the United States. If we do that. A lot of these elite countries, they're elite because we let them make so much money. And I want them to do well. But I don't want them to do well on the backs of the American taxpayer. So I appreciate your question. I think it's a reasonable answer.
President Trump, you said that you were disappointed with that, but were you surprised with this decision? What you felt when you...
I was surprised because I thought that what we did was, number one, according to, I mean, I read the paragraphs, I read very well, great comprehension. I read everything there is to read, and I said, can't lose this case. But we can when judges are political, when they want to be politically correct, when they're catering to a group of people in D.C. maybe. I don't know what it is, because when you read it, there's no other interpretation. There is no other interpretation. But it's okay, because what has come out, I'll say it for the third time and maybe the last time in a while, is that we've taken the uncertainty of tariffs out, because we had uncertainty. We got sued by sleazebags, I know them well, that are very outside country,
yeah, the State of the
China-centric,
Union is next
outside
Tuesday.
Country-centric.
So next week.
And they're going to end up not doing as well as they did before. America was becoming really, really, we're strong again. Hey, we have the strongest military. I rebuilt the military in the first term. We have the most powerful military. We make the best equipment. And even them, you know, we could do much better. We have people that get paid a lot of money to manufacture Patriot missiles and javelins and all the different things. But when you want them, they're too slow. And we put them on notice, and they're going to make, our country is building a lot of things right now, and our country is doing really well. And we're going to keep it that way. The bottom line is that the word certainty is now in the equation. Every single thing I said today is guaranteed
Trying
certainty.
to remove it. I mean,
it's been tested.
Makes some sense. We just have
as
uncertainty on the
Jameson said
refunds.
1,000 times. Literally, I said hundreds of times. He said, sir, actually thousands of times. And won in all of the courts. And we're just going back to that. And the problem is that we had other presidents that weren't into trade. Maybe they weren't business oriented. Maybe they weren't smart. We had some dummies too, you know. Respectfully say we had some real dummies. So we are going to keep it going just as before, probably more so. But you're no longer going to be asked. Every time I got up, you'd ask, well, what happens if you can't charge tariffs? Now we can. And by the way, in their decision, they specifically said we can do these. We have alternatives. Yeah.
David, on the trade deals that were negotiated using IEEPA tariffs, do those stand now, or are they have to be redone?
Well, some of them stand. Many of them stand. Some of them won't, and they'll be replaced with the other tariffs.
Mr. President, on the Supreme Court justices who ruled against this the policy, striking it down, are they still invited to your State of the Union next week? And will you speak with them?
They are invited, barely.
Barely.
3 are happily invited. No, they're barely invited. Honestly, I couldn't care less if they come. Okay.
Yeah, he did. He posted a truth 20 minutes ago.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the trade deal, which is the framework which is to be signed with India sometime soon, will that stand now? And on the decision,
changes.
Nothing changes?
No, nothing changes. They'll be paying tariffs, and we will not be paying tariffs. Our deal with India is they pay tariffs. This is a reversal from what it used to be, as you know. India, I think Prime Minister Modi is a great gentleman, a great man, actually. But he was much smarter than the people that he was against in terms of the United States. He was ripping us off in India. So we made a deal with India, and it's a fair deal now, and we are not paying tariffs to them, and they are paying tariffs. We did a little flip.
Are up as of now for this.
Mr. President.
No, the India deal is on here.
Mr. President.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
All the deals are on it. We're just going to do it a different way.
Mr. President. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I think there's another war that you stopped and you should take the credit, which is in Syria. Secretary Rubio, after his meeting in Munich with the Syrian Foreign Minister and the Kurdish General Muslim Abdi, he said that President Trump was directly involved in efforts to stop the fighting between the Kurds and the Syrians. How will your administration make sure that this peace is sustained? And do you support the idea
Well, it's a very different topic, and so I don't want to spend a lot of time. But all I can say is that the president of Syria, who I essentially put there is doing a phenomenal job. He's a rough guy. He's not a choir boy. A choir boy couldn't do it. But Syria is coming together, really coming together well. And thus far, he's been very good to the Kurds. Yeah.
Sir, thank you. Mr. President, what's your message to the Iranian people after 2 rounds of talks with them? Do you have any message to the Iranian
He
people?
got a couple of heads off, but
in
he
Iran
can
or
get the job
people here?
done.
People in Iran.
They better negotiate a fair deal. You know, the people of Iran are a lot different than the leaders of Iran. And it's very, very sad situation. But 32,000 people were killed over a relatively short period of time. They were going to hang 800, 2 weeks ago, hang, some by crane. They lift them up with a tall crane, and they play them around the square. They were going to hang 837 people. And I gave them the word, if you hang one person, even one person, that you're going to be hit right then and there. I wasn't waiting 2 weeks and negotiating. And they gave up the hanging. They didn't hang 837. Supposedly, they didn't hang anybody. But no, I feel very badly for the people of Iran. They've lived in hell. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned multiple times foreign influence over the Supreme Court. Do you have evidence of that? And if not, will you investigate that?
You're going to find out.
What alternatives are you going to put into place in your relationship with Europe, and also those tariffs that have been called illegal? How they're going to go impact the relationship with Russia, that you sanction
Well,
some
I want
countries?
Europe to strengthen up. Europe has gone woke. Europe is not recognizable when you go into so many places. Not all countries. You look at Hungary. You look at Poland, Czech, Slovakia. There are some countries that have gone very much the opposite. Some really, and some others. But Europe has to be strong, and they become soft and not recognizable. You go into some of the countries, I don't want to be specific, but I think everyone knows what I'm talking about, and they're not recognizable. They become, the environmentalists have taken over. They've got windmills destroying their fields and their beautiful meadows and their oceans, and they're paying a fortune. Now, Europe has to get smart. Europe's getting killed on two things, energy and immigration. And if they don't solve both of them fast, Europe is not the same place. Yeah, please.
Justices Gorsuch and Barrett, are you surprised in particular by their decision today? And do you regret nominating them?
I don't want to say whether or not I regret. I think their decision was terrible. Yeah.
Do not try.
I think it's an embarrassment to their families. You want to know the truth? The two of them. Yeah.
Trump says Supreme Court justices embarrass their family.
Mr. President,
I didn't call you.
You didn't call me? Yeah, Mr. President, to be clear, do you believe at the end of implementing these new tariff tools, the tariff rate and tariffs will ultimately be higher than they currently are?
Potentially higher. It depends, whatever we want them to be. But we want them to be fair for other countries. And, you know, we have some countries that have treated us really badly for years. And it's going to be high for them.
Activity, a lot of things are getting momentum, but you're not like ripping.
Very reasonable for them. Yeah.
Specifically on the tariffs question, I mean on the $2,000.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. Do you have any plans to travel to India for the Quad Summit, and how do you think your relationship with India is right now?
I think my relationship with India is fantastic, and we're doing trade with India. India pulled out of Russia. You know, India was getting its oil from Russia, right? And they pull way back at my request because we want to settle that horrible war where 25,000 people are dying every month. And my relationship with Prime Minister Modi is, I would say, great. I also stopped the war between India and Pakistan, as you know. There were 10 planes we shot down. That war was going and probably going nuclear. And just yesterday, the Prime Minister of Pakistan said President Trump saved 35 million lives by getting them to stop. That's and I did it largely with tariffs. I said, look, you're going to fight, that's fine, but you're not going to do business with the United States, and you're going to pay a 200% tariff, each country. And they called up and they said, we have made peace. Okay? I just want to thank you all. Look, great certainty has been brought back to
in those markets like
the
certainty,
economy of
man.
the United States and actually the economy of the world, because we generate so much in the world. We're the biggest in the world, and we're now the strongest by far. We were a country that was dead 1.5 years ago. Now we have the hottest country in the world. We're going to keep it that way. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Did you say 32,000 were killed in Iran, sir?
Oh, you want some Iran drama? All right, man. Well, better, worse than expected. How do you feel, man? Because I think the market, even though you heard the tariffs and, you know, at another time last year, any tariffs would have panicked people. But literally, bro, 10%. He didn't even go to the max. Again, he said 10% instead of 15. That's the one they said they're going to sign in 3 days. He brought up every other one we talked about, 338, 301, 232. They said they're going to start the investigations. They focused on the ones without a limit. So 301 and 232 don't have a limit. They said they're going to start that. It seemed like they had more confidence in 301 because of unfair trade practices and the big deficit. That's pretty much how they're going to do it. But, yeah, man, that was, I mean, I think we still have a lot of uncertainty regarding the refunds and then kind of where everything's going to settle, but he definitely wanted to make sure you knew certainty. And then again, the you know, he's saying that at least we know what we can do with tariffs. You have a guaranteed tariff, which is like, I don't even know, 90% lower, maybe 50, 60% lower in most cases than any of the other ones that you have. So yeah, it's like, I don't think that's too bad. That's where people were initially expecting that this was going to be good, because now if you were worried about tariffs, I mean, they just got neutered by a decent amount. And now, even though he's saying it's certain that they can do tariffs, the uncertainty is going to be moving forward when they do these investigations, what we hear, all of that stuff. So, not too bad. Again, you're not going to hear about the refunds. And then he brought out the nuclear option. He brought it up in the beginning, and the algo did not like it. They were kind of, you know, you could tell by his vibe. He didn't say he wanted to do it. Blue Owl's going up. I don't know if there's any news on that. That was the one that got clapped earlier this morning. Yeah, Blue Owl's starting to rip. They were red before. Hot dog. Did they get a deal? Is someone involved? Blue Owl, what time is it? Oh, those already jacked up? No, that was the other one. Yeah, Blue Owl's going. Well, again, this was the one with all the problems this week. And then, again, you had another CrowdStrike issue. So, we'll see. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. But, yeah, I was saying the algos, he brought out the nuclear option, pretty much saying he could embargo people, cut off trade, issue licensing. He can't charge for it, though. That's kind of what the ruling stipulated, but he brought it out. Markets were trying to figure out if he was going to use it, but he didn't seem like he was. And then that was the segue into announcing all the other things and plans, and then that 10% tariff there. So, again, that was the first reaction. The first idea was, even though Trump wasn't going to like this, it should have a net positive on the market. He did say what I was telling you guys with the right from the beginning, that the refunds, although it's uncertain, you're not going to have that answer for a couple of years now. That's going to have to be litigated, unfortunately. So, again, that even puts everybody else in limbo. They're going to go back and forth with all of that. So at least no immediate threat to the bonds. But then again, that will be lingering over a little bit of duration. So, yeah, there's a 25 to 30% discount to most estimated NAV. They noticed to Blue Owl. Oh, they commence offer to acquire. So someone's going to bail them out? Is that what it sounds like? So, yeah. No, I think it's, I think they're saying they want to offer 20 to 35% discount on the recent NAV, which is still below. I mean, again, when was their last quarter? So I think it is down 20 to, that's the price I'd say right now. You're going to have to calculate that. Could this be a rehearsal of last year? Well, again, they didn't. The one, he has a 50% tariff in his pocket. So again, if he does an embargo, that'll be terrible. Like, let's say China pisses him off or somebody, and he's like, I embargo you. I could do that. They didn't want to make a deal on good terms. Well, I guess we have to embargo. So, I mean, theoretically, you did embolden the president to be able to, it's high stakes. He can now do some other stuff. SEC is probing AppLovin, or they're saying it's ongoing still. Didn't they have that prior? I forgot when that was. I want to say it was here. I don't know if that was last year. Yeah, SEC says probe involving AppLovin is still active and ongoing. Well, that got a candle. But yeah, like I'm saying, I mean, he has a couple of things in his pocket now, which again, it's going to raise the stakes of all of it. But at the same time, I mean, those are pretty extreme. But then again, I mean, 150% tariffs on China was extreme at the time, if you guys recall. But he has a 50% tariff in his pocket. And what I'm talking about is the Section 338. That's the one that no one's used since 1930. It's been around. No president has ever invoked it. But again, even Greer, they were talking about starting the investigations. Section 122 is lighter and temporary, but the one that's not temporary it has a 50% limit. That's the one he said the word, but they didn't talk about it. But that's the one where if you're going to get an April surprise, it's probably going to be him saying, you know, if whether it's a war or somebody wants to add pressure, or if he wants to add pressure, he's probably going to bring that one out. But then again, if he could get the investigation for Section 301, and then that gets the approval and everything goes, it's going to take time. But if they get that going through, that's an unlimited amount. So that gives him full control to determine the rate. So yeah, I mean, I think it definitely cooled down the situation to a degree. We now know potential options. That's where the market has certainty. He's still going to do tariffs. He's just going to do it in a different method, which everybody expected in the beginning. There's a little bit of a positive that for now the initial amount is smaller, and I don't know, maybe this is going to lead to front running by some of these companies as well too, while you have a window of only 10% tariffs. But yeah, it's not the uncertainty surrounding the refunds. That's the only thing, and I don't think, like I'm saying, that's going to take years. So it might not be as of an immediate threat. So here we are, Chattadonia. Here we are, man. Break glass options. So I don't know, man. How do you guys want to do? Do you guys want to go to Philo? We might need to let this sit here for a little bit. Again, we'll give it a couple minutes. Maybe we'll move to Philo, or I'll just do Philo on this video. But yeah, we got a couple of things. Actually, no, I want to switch the video to see if I might change one of the settings, because YouTube's been hoeing y'all, bro, like crazy. But yeah, man, this has been a wild day. I mean, it's definitely the start of policy move. I mean, it's been kind of boring. Remember, last year you were getting policy left and right. So, I mean, if we could get something this time around, I mean, that might be a little decent. But yeah, for now, I mean, just keep your head on a swivel. Next week is the State of the Union, and then you get NVIDIA earnings and a couple of other things. So, and a lot of the software names. But yeah, we're going to find out how this all starts to play out. The tariffs are double or nothing. Kind of. I mean, again, it just all depends on the, like right now, I mean, I guess here's the deal. The one that they did today, or that's going to come in with the next, like, 3 days, is that they what's it called? Is that it's on everybody. So now there's no such thing as, like, a reciprocal trade agreement where somebody's like, oh, yeah, 0 tariffs for you if you allow this. That doesn't exist anymore. So that's why it's like everybody got tariffed, but then the amount that everybody got tariffed is substantially lower than most of them. Remember, in the beginning of last year, we were expecting like a 10%, 20% effective rate, and then, you know, it got blown out after everything. You were at like 18 to 20. So this is going to substantially lower all of them. Then that 50% and everything else we're going to see. But if he's talking that he's going to keep tariffing them, and, you know, maybe that reduces some of the stress on bonds and fundraising, but at the end of the day, it's just going to take time. And that's where now I'm saying you might get policy updates where you're going to start hearing time. Just over time, you're going to start hearing more updates, more investigation results, how it's all playing out and all that good stuff. So, ta-da! Very fascinating, my friends. AWS or cloud. Again, there was a hacking stuff. Why is Workday dumping? Actually, I think software is kind of getting murked on all this. How are they going to refund without refunding the public? Well, that's the problem. I mean, again, that's why he said it's funny that the Supreme Court didn't even mention that. But yeah, you need to know. So that's kind of the issue right there. But that's why they're going to litigate it. It's going to take time. I mean, that's what I was telling you guys in the beginning. It'll either have to go to the low court, and then they'll have to give a decision. Then there's going to be an appeal by the Trump admin. So, like realistically, that answer, you're not going to have that answer for like at least 18 months, and that's being fast. And then you saw how long it took for them to give you a decision on everything here today. All right, AppLovin already bounced back. Again, IGV's coming back down, which isn't good. But yeah, definitely, I mean, it cooled some things off. I mean, we're right back to where this all kind of topped out again on this weird Friday. You're still like, you're at the top of the range, still dealing with the software stuff. Again, you had Blue Owl stuff. You just had an update with cybersecurity and AI. And then now, just, I would tell you, I mean, something happened today. You definitely got a shift. And now what you need to be on the lookout for is the things that we get in the future. So you might get another tariff update. Again, 3 days, that's when the 122 is going to come into play. And then we're going to get all the other aspects of this. And then whatever else we hear, the other 301 and everything in between. And then other trade negotiations, meeting with Japan, meeting with China. We're going to have to see how those play out. And then if that leads into any other reaction, more or less. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting, to say the least, my friends. To say the least, but this is good. I think it's good, not necessarily like bullish or bearish, but good in the sense that, you know, we are gonna have like maybe this gets us fucking moving in March and April. You're gonna get things to actually react to, which I could be down with, bro. I could be down with. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in a cult. Do. Dang, bro. Well, listen. I think we are going to go to Philo. But here's the deal. I'll tell you right now. Today's Philo is about investing. So, I don't know. It's Philo. But it's not Philo, but it's Philo. Does that make sense? Does this stun the back half of February? No, I don't think it's going to change anything. I still think, even look at the market, like I was just showing you here. You're still, like, in between this, like, software problem that we've been dealing with. So I don't think you've resolved, you know, you're at the first leg of recovery was right here, then we did good, and then we came right back down. So you're still dealing with the software, the AI stuff. Again, you're going to get State of the Union next week, NVIDIA earnings, 5 big software reporters. So it's like we still have to, and then you mix in seasonality. It's still the midterms, and that's probably the biggest point out of all of this, is that this is the midterms, you guys. That Supreme Court decision just made the midterms that much more important. So now I would argue that everything still kind of remains the same. Just get ready that, you know, policy updates, macro updates, you know, there's things on the back end, and that's why you might actually get one of those. So just be on the lookout for that. That's really all you got to be watching out for, and then we are going to see from there. Oh wait, hold on, I forgot. I didn't change the thumbnail of Philo. I don't want to confuse you. I'll put the other one. I'll put the other thumbnail Homeboy made. You guys can tell me which one you like more. All right, well, let me set this up, and then we'll move on over. And I'm going to try, dude, I'm going to really, like, change everything with the settings to see if, because YouTube's just been lagging all of you guys out. So I'm going to try my best, but if not, you're taking all my internet right now, but I'm honored. YouTube is warning me about how much bitrate. These guys are never happy, bro. Never happy. I'm doing good, bro. I hope you're doing good. I mean, long term still loves it all. We've been killing it, man. So make sure if you missed any of the long term stuff, go to the trading fraternity. That way you won't fall behind. But like I'm saying, I mean, I think whether you like Philo or not, yeah, today's Philo is inspired by Benjamin Graham. I don't know if you know Benjamin Graham. But you might enjoy it. You might enjoy it. Alrighty. So yeah, go to the next video. It's there's no members only on that one too. So if you want to chat, it's your chat tryout to see if we should go non-members only next month. But here's the link for Philo. Let me know what you think about the thumbnail. I hope you're living good. And if not, bro, you don't have to, you know, go enjoy the rest of your Friday, bro. Believe me, it's all up to you. But I think you could get some eye-opening insights if you're really down. I look forward to sharing it with you all. And just watch the market, too. You might get, like, volatility, but as far as the range is concerned, that VWAP dance and everything else. So we will see, my friends, but I will see you all there. God bless America, and peace.